because the main theme that is going to help reshape civilization, you see when you look that it is here, it is in this geography. So this meeting and such similar meetings are very beneficial and auspicious. So the thoughts put on the So they want the state and they want their will to be manifested, which we saw this, and we had laws. And Tunis, they shed their own blood in Syria for over a decade now, since 2011 up until 2015. They have been shedding their blood to put forth a system, because for the manifestation of their own will in Damascus, this was their struggle. And we can say right now that a new world is emerging, and Turkey is a central country with everything, you know, the way it's run, and with its own power and capacity. It is also helping its brothers in the geography. So in overcoming these crises, Turkey is going to undertake a very significant role, not only as a mediator, but by walking shoulder to shoulder, and it demonstrates a will to solve the problems. And this will, to be frank and sincere, it's not only in the political mind, we've got this in the institutions, and this is what matters actually, because you see in many places, you see a manifestation of will. Political will is always there, but sometimes you don't see it in the institutions or individuals. But the best thing about our country, and perhaps what makes us happiest, is that all the way from individuals, from the lowest level, individual level, to the state mind, the issues that occur in our geography, they attribute a responsibility to themselves. They deem themselves responsible, and they are active and effective, and they demonstrate a will, a voluntary will, and they play an active role in solution, and they want to play a role in these activities. And we believe that the historical responsibilities, the faith and the humanitarian responsibilities of the individuals is going to play an instrumental role in the solution of the problems in the region. So once again, I hope that this meeting is going to be auspicious, and it is going to contribute to the security, stability, and the peace in the region. And your efforts to this regard, I believe that they will be rewarded both in this world and the next world. And thank you very much. We would like to thank AK Party Election Affairs Deputy Chairman Professor Veysel Ayhan for his speech. And now I would like to invite Dr. Ghulam Nabi Faye to deliver his speech. He's coming from Kashmir.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. MC of the Congress, Susar Bursu Guksal, Ustaz Mali Tanewardi, distinguished delegates, my very dear brothers and sisters, let me greet you with the beautiful greetings of Al-Islam and say to you, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Since I am coming first time to Istanbul after the passing of Ustaz General Adnan Taniwardi, I would like to express my condolences to the family and the family of Assam. May Allah place the soul of Ustaz Taniwardi in Jannatul Firdaus. Ameen. I would like to thank the leadership of Assam for organizing this very important 9th International Congress to assess the current problems of the Muslim world and to propose a solution to the regional, sub-regional, and international conflicts. I am going to do that tomorrow, inshallah. But I was told by the organizers that I must focus in my opening remarks about the situation in Kashmir. But dear brothers and sisters, the question arises. As we see with our own eyes, genocide taking place in Gaza. As we see with our own eyes, tens of thousands of innocent people killed on the streets of Gaza. Not only have been killed or being killed day in and day out. As Ustaz Malil Taniwardi mentioned, more than 19,000 people were killed in Sudan. Why do we need to talk about Kashmir when we know the whole world is consumed with the situation in Ukraine? Dear brothers and sisters, I will let you know why we need to talk about Kashmir. As you know, only this May 2025, when Pakistan shot down 7 Indian aircrafts, both India and Pakistan, they were at the brink of nuclear confrontation. The slumber of the world powers came to an end. The world powers, United States, European Union, OIC, they got involved. And they facilitated the ceasefire. As you know that Kashmir is the only region in the world which shares borders with 3 nuclear powers, India, Pakistan, and Kashmir, China. That makes it the most dangerous place on earth. But the problem with the world powers is they just reduce the tension between India and Pakistan. They do not want to address the bone of contention, the underlying cause of the nuclear confrontation is the issue of Kashmir. You know why do we need to talk about Kashmir? Because the people of Kashmir, they cannot talk about Kashmir in Kashmir. One of the prime example is Khurram Parvez, one of the internationally known human rights activists, not because I'm saying so. The Time magazine says Khurram Parvez is one of the topmost 100 influential personalities of the world. What is his crime? He documented the atrocities committed by Indian Army and submitted it to the United Nations. That poor guy is languishing in the jail for the last 4 years. We have a prime example here in this Congress. Dr. Mubin Shah, the former president of Jammu and Kashmir Chamber of Commerce. Dear brothers and sisters, wallahi, one of the richest family in Kashmir. What was his crime? He mentioned the atrocities committed by Indian Army. He was picked up by the Indian Army in 2019, and he was sent to Agra. Agra is just 3 miles from Taj Mahal. But because of the intervention of international NGOs, he was released. But the story did not end there. He was exiled. He took the refuge in Singapore, then Malaysia. We want to thank the Republic of Turkey. Brother, you are representing AK Party. Your government gave him the refuge. Today he is the proud citizen of Turkey. Dr. Mubin Shah, can you please stand up just for 1 second? As I told you, one of the richest family, but today he is in exile. Why do we need to talk about Kashmir? It was known as paradise on the surface of earth. Today that paradise does not exist anymore. The New York Times says Kashmir has become the hell for the people of Kashmir. Huffington Post says Indian democracy is dying in silence in Kashmir. The European parliamentary delegation, after having visited in Kashmir, they said Kashmir is the most beautiful prison on earth. Dr. Gregory Stanton, chairman of Genocide Watch, testifying before the United States Congress in January of 2023, he warned the Biden administration, Kashmir is at the brink of genocide. The Committee to Protect Journalists from New York, they said the news media in Kashmir, it is at the brink of extinction. Dear brothers and sisters, there's a hope. Wallahi, there's a hope. Not only for Kashmir, but all over the world. Last time when I was coming here, my wife, she dropped me at the airport. She has tears in her eyes. She is from China. She said, please, if you meet President Erdogan, anybody, just tell him, we want to thank you. And it is not just my wife. It is the hope of the global Muslim Ummah. This year in September of 2025, I was in the United Nations. The whole world was consumed with Gaza, and rightly so. More than 150 countries, their conscience awoke, and they stood with the people of Palestine. But during that time, there was one person, just one person. He took the podium of the United Nations. He said, the people of Kashmir have the right to decide the future of Kashmir. He said the Kashmir issue has to be resolved for the sake of international peace and security. Who was that person? None other than President Tayyip Erdogan. May Allah bless him. May Allah bless his team, because he has a lot on his shoulders. Dear brothers and sisters, at the end, you might have heard the name of Nelson Mandela. You know why he is famous? Because he spent 26 years in the jail. You know, we have a Nelson Mandela. He spent 37 years in the jail, and he is still in the jail. His name is Shabir Ahmad Shah. We have a leader, Muhammad Yasin Malik. He was given the life by Narendra Modi. But he said, I am not satisfied. Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister of India, I am not satisfied. He approached the Supreme Court of India. He said, Muhammad Yasin Malik should be given the death penalty. Dear brothers and sisters, when anyone is going to ask you, who is the leader of Kashmir? Who is going to join the dialogue with India and Pakistan? Remember three names: Muhammad Yasin Malik, Shabir Ahmad Shah, Masrat Alam. With that, may Allah bless you. May Allah bless your families. May Allah bless the nation of Turkey. May Allah bless the nation of Kashmir. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
We would like to thank Kashmir Awareness Forum Chairman Dr. Galim Nevi Faye. Thank you for your nice speech.
Şimdi ise
And now, Kosovo Intellectual Researchers and Studies Institute Chairperson and Founder, Mr. Bekir Ismaili, is going to take the floor, and we would like to invite him to the stage.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السيدات والسادة الكرام، أصحاب السعادة والمعالي، ممثل المنظمات الإقليمية والدولية الموقرين، نخبة الفكر وصناعة القرار الهام.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, distinguished representatives of international organizations, distinguished members of the audience and participants from decision-making authorities. As I start my remarks, I would like to thank the Assam organization, its chairman and members for this kind invitation and for this pioneering initiative. I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to them. Besides, I would like to thank all the participants of this very important event discussing the crisis and potential solutions for the Islamic communities in the Middle East and the Central Asia regions. Today, in the brotherly country of Turkey and in the city of Istanbul, we are gathered here because it is the hub of cultural exchange and regional commerce. And with the principle of consolidating our alliances and friendships, we are gathered here, and they are hosting this very meaningful event organized for that purpose. And we would also like to thank them for their unceased support for the people of Kosovo. And one of the global leaders working for the global justice and equality, the leader of Republic of Turkey, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, we are honored to appreciate his vision and his efforts.
يسعدني ويشرفني أن أتوجه
Today,
اليوم من قلب كوسوفا.
we are still trying to shape our future at the young Republic of Kosovo, and I am honored to address you as a representative of our nation. The subject that I'm going to focus is the present and future of the Balkans. Think tanks and civil society organizations have How can the civil society organizations and think tanks contribute to the institution of permanent peace in our region? Historically, the Balkans have been home to many crises, like identity crisis, border crisis, or historical memory crisis. However, today we focus our efforts to move from efforts to tangible solutions. At this point, collaborations, academic partnerships, and civil society organizations redefine their relationship with the people of Balkans. We are realizing that this is more and more important to achieve sustainable development. Ethnical and religious identities have been the driving force behind the conflicts in our region for many years, but the main question that we ask today is, instead of being a divisive factor, can identities be a uniting factor? In the Balkans, we call to build a new kind of identity based on inclusive citizenship, equal rights, cultural and religious diversity and tolerance, and civilian values to replace divisive identities. These values will move us from animosity to coexistence and integration. Secondly, developing instruments for awareness and peace. Universities and research centers have the ability to read the future on the basis of past experiences. So doing this is not just a cultural duty, it's also a strategic responsibility. So under the auspices of scientific organizations in Kosovo, we are proposing a pioneering initiative, a Balkan Network for Joint Initiatives. The goal of this network will be to promote academic collaboration across borders and to establish balanced narratives and to clear shared memory from political manipulation and to train a new generation of researchers on the basis of scientific information. So civilian reconciliation should prevail. Secondly, Kosovo as a model for shared identities. Despite the challenges emerging from Serbian minorities, Kosovo is offering a historical opportunity to serve as a laboratory. The civil society in Kosovo has proven that it can do the following: building bridges of trust between communities, implementing dialogue projects among youth, empowering women's role in reconciliation, supporting social economy, and promoting development opportunities. If these initiatives are supported on the international level, the experience in Kosovo can be an inspiration for our neighbors in the Balkans. 4. Moving from a logic of crisis to a logic of development. Closing my remarks, I would like to call upon the international partners and particularly the European Union. Now, we should not just suffice with crisis management. We need to adopt a policy of designing solutions. These solutions should be intellectual, educational, and economical solutions, and should offer a future that is deserved by the young people of Balkans. The future of Balkans should not be decided in the closed room of policymakers, but also in an atmosphere where the seeds of peace will flourish, such as universities, research centers, and civil society organizations. In conclusion, distinguished participants and chair, today we are standing at a crossroads. Either we will be a prisoner of the past, or we will build a future that will give us pride. In Kosovo, we honestly reach a hand to all peoples of our region to start a new partnership of peace and development. This partnership will turn the Balkans from a tension point to a territory connecting the West and the East, and it will turn the Balkans into a bridge of civilizations. I would like to thank you for your attention and for your attempts and initiatives to build a world with more justice. May Allah's greetings be with you. We would like to thank Dr. Hala Adli Hussein, the founder and the head of the executive board of the Kosovo Intellectual Research and Studies Institute. And we also have Idris Güllüce joining us. Welcome and thank you. Welcome. Our next speaker is Dr. Hala Adli Hussein, the Secretary General of the Organization of the Arabic Women in the Union of Arab States. Selamun Aleyküm ve Rahmetullahi ve Berekatühü. Hala Adli Hüseyin, Arap Devletleri Birliği, Arap Kadınları Teşkilatı. My name is Hala Adli Hussein. I am the Secretary General of the Organization of Arab Women in the Union of Arab States. Our organization is based in Sudan and it has partnerships with many countries and jurisdictions, particularly with the Afrasia organization. I would like to thank Eşref Bey. I would like to thank Assam. I would like to thank the Afrasya Union. I would like to thank Sabahattin Zaim University for hosting this organization. I would like to thank them for the invitation. And I would also like to thank all participants, our students. From the moment I arrived in Turkey, I've been welcomed very warmly. I would like to thank the distinguished lady. Today, we are gathered to discuss one issue, and because my area of expertise is the women, I will be talking about the cause of women. Allah will not change a community as long as the community does not change itself. As long as we fail to assign the role given to women, considering the important role that they played in the history, we will be failing, because in the ancient civilizations in Egypt, the queens were women, and then women called the people to believe in Allah instead of believing the sun. Later, in the Arab states, in social terms, women played a very important role, and they comprised a large portion of the society. And after the wars, after many wars in that region, women were faced with many challenges, both in the area of religion and culture. They had some problems in the area of religious freedoms. They are subject to social pressure due to veil. They cannot fulfill their religious duties. In some regions, they cannot. People look down on the religious duties of, particularly since the collapse of the Ottoman Union. When we look at the Islamic tradition, identity, and the Western civilization, in the Western civilizations, the Islamic identity may be a challenge for women. So we need to give more importance in the empowerment of women, and that's also because in the new generations this awareness is lacking, and our goal should be raising this awareness. Otherwise, we will be losing future generations, since they will not have the awareness of Islam. In Bosnia and in Kosovo, during the war, many women lost their husbands, so they had to make a living for their family. Those widowed women had many challenges when living in the rural areas. Traditional adverse practices in the rural parts of the country and early marriages are a significant problem, and we have weaknesses in political representation of women. Maybe you may think I am biased because I am a woman, but the number of women in the parliaments in Islamic countries is very limited. Although it is stated in the constitution, the many constitutional articles are not implemented in some parts of the countries, particularly in rural areas. Women in rural parts of the countries cannot access education, and due to economic and traditional restrictions. One of the main threats is the media. Muslim women, unfortunately, are considered reactionary because of their beliefs in the and the challenges faced by women and by Muslim women also include the feeling of being an alien in some parts of the world, because Muslim women see negative impacts on their social positions because of their identity. So the religious education should be used to empower women, and we need to create organizations and institutions to advocate for the rights of women. We need to offer economic assistance to women via institutional organizations. We need to improve their inclusion in the media, and we need to create successful role models of women in the education and media industries. So these challenges faced by women in the Balkans actually represent a resistance, because they have been able to survive through many difficulties. So we need to support women in this sense in the Balkans, because women are like a castle defending a community, just like the Islamic scholar said, when you raise a good woman, you raise also a good family. As you know, in Lebanon there are the attacks perpetrated by Israel, and in Gaza, in Syria, in these regions, in regions of conflict, we need to place more importance to women. They should be our priority. Otherwise, in these conflict zones, women without support, when women are left without support, the whole communities will suffer. Thank you very much for your attention.
Kıymetli konuşmaları için
We would like to thank the Arab Women's Organization General Secretary, Ms. Hala Adli Hussein. Thank you. And now I would like to invite Architect and Engineers Group General President, Mr. Yavuz Sarı. You are invited on stage, sir. President of the Architects and Engineers Group. Distinguished Chair, dear professors, dear guests, I would like to embrace you all with love and respect and compassion. The Architects and Engineers Group have been founded in 1996, so next year we're going to complete our 30th anniversary as an NGO, and we have an organization in 50 provinces with close to 10,000 volunteers and 3,000 members. We are an NGO and a volunteer movement consisting of architects and engineers. As the name implies, we operate in the fields of architecture and engineering. These activities include R&D, innovation, technology, and engineering areas to capture state-of-the-art technologies and to come up with solutions and recommendations for that. And we work on civilization, culture, urbanization, and agriculture with our activities. We hold various symposia, and particularly with our young architects and engineers group organization, we are ensuring that the youth is sensitive about this and they develop their own activities as well. And since the morning, we listened to the keynote speeches, and the problems of the Islamic world were identified and pinpointed, and the participants made great findings. The problem, we know what the problem is this, and what could the recommendations for solutions be? How should we take action? How could we make sure that people are motivated and they take action more? We need to talk about this. It is good. Together we are strong, and separate we fall, they say. So, as we all discussed since morning, this Islamic unity under the light of Quran and Sunnah, we need to reinstate it, as it has been emphasized by all the participants. We have the infrastructures, associations, and waqfs and foundations all in place, but why can we not accomplish? Where can we not succeed? We need to talk about this. I have humbly identified a few issues, and then inshallah I will leave the stage. And what I see as the most important problems is that we are not, these associations do not know each other, and we don't hold common activities. We couldn't create this culture of working together. So we've got so many valuable, distinguished individuals together, and we've got hundreds or thousands of waqfs, and we need to know each other more. We need to act more together. We need to create a joint force and hold joint activities. So the culture of working together should be developed together, and accordingly, with patience, without being tired. Hopefully, if we strive together, I believe that we will succeed. And on the other hand, as I have witnessed in this hall, the young individuals, unfortunately, their participation and attendance in our activities is small and little. We need to come up with the methods that's going to speak in their language, I think, in my opinion. And the young individuals, perhaps, this is what we are complaining about this, or we cannot address them, or, we give different letters, we attribute different letters to the generations, and that they are not like us, and they couldn't adapt to us, we complain. But to be able to address the young individuals, we need to develop the activities and the methods that will appeal to the young individuals. And in the activities that we carry out with the universities, the youth with such a potential is in place, and when they are directed well, they have the determination to make a revolution. And when we look at Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, we see his methods. The messenger of Allah did this revolution with the young individuals. So we need to focus on the youth as well, and together with them, we need to develop methods as to how to do it with them. Otherwise, all the recommendations for solutions, the charts we take, we prepare, and the graphs, they are not sustainable, and we should sensitively be careful about this issue. And in Gaza, in our geography, Syria, we are thankful that there is a certain solution, but Gaza and Palestine and our bleeding wounds and conflicts, and started in Sudan, the massacres have started, East Turkestan, Myanmar, and all over the world. Unfortunately, oppression has again has been very strong, and the oppressed people are being crushed. And the Muslim countries, the Islamic communities, in addition to their unity, Western societies and communities with a conscience, they need to be triggered this way. There was the SMUD flotilla that went to Gaza, and when we talked about the Western people, they said their conscience is very much awake, and there is a stance among the college students, and they are also triggering the nations, and we need to act in line with what the era requires. The social media, the global media, the movie industry, the cultural activities, they're appealing and addressing to the young individuals. And when it comes to the management of perception, we need to use this. We need to be able to touch the conscience of people, and we need to develop the methods for this all together. The perception of culture and civilization, unfortunately, in the global world has started to threaten societies, but this culture and civilization perception needs to be rebuilt by this. And the way its history is not a science of past, but as a future. We need to carry studies, and it is our duty to rebuild civilization. And as the architects and engineers of a group, we've got certain projects for the city and for the culture. One of the projects that we started is a civilization concept as an Islamic city, because urbanization is being overlooked in our opinion, because cities, when you look at it, in the Islamic community, we've got ancient cities, and these ancient cities generate a generation, and you've got scholars, science, culture. What did we lose in these ancient cities, and why can we not build them again? We are cooperating with the universities, the imagination of a civilization in an Islamic city, and we call this the local leg. We have it Ancient Anatolia. We held already in 5 provinces with the architecture, culture, and lifestyle. We hold a series of academic sessions, and then in order to recognize the fabric of the city, we visit the city. At the global scale, it is our intention to expand it to the Islamic world. We have prepared the project, so hopefully recently from Turkestan to Andalusia, from Northern Africa to the Balkans, there's an amazing Islamic geography. So these cities we need to re-recognize according to ancient culture and rebuild them as per the requirements of this age, and we need to rebuild our civilization and culture perception. We need to find ways of solutions for this. On the other hand, again, there is a university collaboration for this project. There is a center, a technical university, engineering faculty, faculty of engineering and architecture. We have a center for post-crisis, urban pre-construction. So rebuilding center post-crisis, and there is overseas participation. University of College London, UCL, is supporting this project, and our objective is, whether it's Syria or Gaza or Sudan, perhaps in the north it's a non-Muslim geography, but we have an humanitarian approach. Ukraine, there's a devastated geography. Rebuilding these devastated lands, academia, supporting institutions, and as an NGO, we are working in the market as architects and engineers. Through the center, we want to replan and rebuild these areas, and it has been accepted by the parliament, and at the architecture faculty we have our headquarters. So hopefully we are going to start with the workshop, and then we are going to have working sessions to bring more energy and activation to the center. The issue of cities and urbanization is an issue that we need to focus more on, because when you look at cities, you see historical works of art, particularly the identity of that city is perhaps the title deed of this, the properties ownership certificate. When there's a war in the Islamic geography, from the Gulf War to the bombardment of Baghdad or the massacres in Gaza or Palestine, what is hit first is the historical monuments, the historical centers. There's a serious effort to destroy the identity, but to protect that identity, particularly the cities, the historical centers' importance, we are doing our best to improve them, to revive them, and we all need to be very sensitive to ensure this. And finally, of course, I don't want to take too much of your time, so I'll keep it brief. It is my faith that the stronger the civil societies, our associations, our Waqfs and foundations, the more interaction we have, and as the international Islamic world, the more we come together, we will be stronger, and with a common mind, we are going to overcome these problems much faster. With these sentiments, I would like to embrace you with love and respect. Thank you. Architects and Engineers Group General President Yavuz Sarı, thank you for this university and youth-centric speech. And now I would like to invite Mr. İdris Güllüce, the former Minister of Environment and Urbanization. Selamun Aleyküm. I would like to congratulate Mr. Melih, the head of Assam, and thank you. His father was an individual that I loved, and I served as a mayor as well. And back when I was serving as a mayor, he was the commander in that region, and may his soul rest in peace. He was a very holy person. He was one of the rare commanders, real rare commanders, and may his soul rest in peace. And and rest in heaven. Starting from 1980s, there is a work that has been published in 1980s. There was an American gentleman who wrote this. He listed the religions: Christianity, Judaism, Buddhism, and Christianity and Muslim, Islam, the missionaries. When you see the weakness and the economic issues and the lack of technical issues, we see more Muslim members. The years 2000, it will be the year in 1970s, 1980s, that authors said that will be the religion wars, the year 2000s, and this war came shouting with the occupation of Iraq and Afghanistan, and the Muslims were massacred in all over the place. It went all the way to Gaza. At every turn, it came screaming. Actually, since Islam, since the beginning of Islam, the aggression coefficient of the sovereign civilizations increased. You know, Christianity, they even find Pope from elsewhere, you know, South America or the Philippines. If you don't have them, they won't have a Pope. But the churches are being sold all over the place. If you have the money, you can buy churches in the Netherlands or in Belgium. You know, I have prayed in many mosques that used to be churches. Our workers bought the churches, and I did pray in churches that have been converted into mosques, and the syndrome, they are disappearing, and because they are becoming extinct, they are getting more and more aggressive. You know, our language, history, cultural awareness, our religion, our music, you know, these are our founding pillars, and culturally we are being under incredible attacks because wars are not waged with weapons, missiles. The real atrocious one is the attack on our cultural lifestyle, with the fashions, with the t-shirts, with LGBT, with movies, with feminisms, whatnot. You know, these are our young individuals are under attack from countless areas, and you know, if you were to make a list of it, that would become an encyclopedia. You know, the young individuals, if you run away from one, you get the other one. If not, you listen to the polluted ideas of your college professor, and that is how you. So that's why these attacks, this war, you know, you don't wage a bomb with weapons, bombs, missiles. This is the actual one. Even you know, when you've got t-shirts, you know, you can see a Hajj that says "kiss me quick" on it because he doesn't know what writes on the t-shirt. So being without knowing, you cannot find anything that is in Turkish. You always have it in English. So there is this attack at all times, and you have to be aware of this. And they are consuming the world, and they are making us consume, and they gave us the pleasure of consumption. You know, you have to look at it from an environmental standpoint. The more we consume, and because we don't produce enough, you know, there's this huge question mark, you know, after being how is our you know, you wouldn't have the love for salvation because we become complacent and with comfort. So despite this pleasure of consumption, you know, these boycotts, they were a great thing. You know, you need to continue with this, and these boycotts broke new ground, and we need to give up this pleasure. We need to spend efforts for people to stop spending or consuming. And feminism has become a thing of its own, and the Islamic world, it's as if they ignore women, and we are facing a propaganda. It is our soft belly, it is our Achilles heels. There are many books authored in Italy about women in Islam for them to create a basis for them to attack us, you know, all the way to inheritance law. And the lady who spoke earlier earlier, and I agree with everything that she said, our women need to comply with the Islamic laws, and their rights should be protected and preserved. You know, we need to preserve them as Muslims and as societies and communities that comply with this law. Even in certain areas of Turkey, there are issues about laws about women. We know this, and that propaganda, you know, there would be the women who would shift to other fronts. We have to make sure that they move towards Islam, and we can prevent this by producing. There are if 50 countries come together, they produce as much as one Germany can produce. You know, there is one thing that they know about. There is power. So if you're producing about 1/50th of a country, and if these are the sovereign civilizations, there is nothing sacred for them. They have no values, and if they are about to destroy you, how are we going to face them? Because you keep consuming, and then you produce very little. So the academia needs to step in. The academics and universities, they need to have well-producing individuals. For instance, I'm talking especially for Turkey, the issue of Alavites. You know, we shouldn't learn it from Irene Bankov. We've got 10,000s of students. There's a French woman of Russian origin. She shouldn't be the best about this. You know, our academia should be at a very good place. You know, all the academies of the Islamic world, you know, we should strive to surpass them with our science. So we need a mobilization all over. You know, we need a mobilization in the political sense. You know, the UK led, you know, they say Muslims should be outside the politics, and that mind is towards destroying it, and that's towards making our generation extinct. And you know, we need to fight about, you know, it's not that they're trying to dominate us. It's not about party A, party B, party C. The people who ruling us shouldn't be fight to ensure that the people who rule us are with our idea, with our religion. But you say you stay aside. Okay, I stay aside. So who's going to lead then? Then my thought, my faith, anyone outside my thought and faith, is that how is that possible? And what kind of a Muslim world that is being cheated? You know, you don't even have the funeral prayer of people who were in politics. This is a huge trick that the Muslim world is being led into. So people who are in my faith, whose concern is Islam, whose concern is the Islamic world, I should fight for that. I should struggle for that. Whether it's political, cultural, industrial, academic, artistic, there should be an overall, you know, there's a world, you know, we should flare, and we should be resurrected, and it's called fire up in the, as they say in the industry. You know, the U.S. they destroyed the Indians, and when we were young people, we used to applaud when the U.S. made genocide in the Indians. You know, we were so. If you are young, you remember in the movies, it's such a big strength. You know, when they massacred Indians, but that is genocide. You know, we are a Muslim Turkey, but we with the American cowboys who did genocide, they were being uploaded in our movie theaters. Then why are we not there as the Muslim world? A brother spoke before me. The world needs non-Muslim people who are conscious, are awake, and we need an instrument, the movie and theaters, who's going to appeal to the consciences of those non-Muslims. In Anatolia, they say, get rid of this dirty a person who doesn't get up for the salat in the morning. Get rid of this dirty comforter, they say, for those who are sleeping. So the Islamic world now has a dirty blanket on them. We don't produce physically or academically, and we should speedily burn that comforter. Get rid of that comforter that we are sleeping under. In 1 century, from China, from Shanghai, to Spain. We had that fire, that spirit, that mentality. We need to be equipped with that, and we need to equip it. Can you imagine the distance? They did it with horses on camelbacks. They didn't have the technology. What kind of an ore, what kind of a fire is that? One hand touched China, one hand touched Spain. So there was such a jewel, such an ore, and we need to imitate that. We need generations that are going to be equipped with that spirit, with the campaigns to convey it. The sovereign civilization, they understand from one thing. They understand one thing. We need to be powerful. We should strive not to consume but to produce and manufacture. And being powerful and strong requires unity. Muslims are very little concerned with each other. Even in news agencies, we watch the Muslim world little. And in our own TVs, a scholar in Turkey had an amazing sentence. He says, Muslims, they should, the Muslims, we should be interested, and we should be separate. We should be more involved with each other. And I would like to extend my deepest thanks to all of you.
Former Minister of Environment and Urbanization, Idris Gülüce, thank you very much for your welcoming remarks. Distinguished guests, we would like to thank all the people who have contributed to our Congress, and we would like to present them plaques. To deliver the plaques, I would like to invite to the floor Melih Tanrıverdi, the President of Assam, and Professor Ensar Nishancı. Please join us on the stage to receive your plaque.
Melih Bey'e teşekkür
Thank you very much, Melih Bey.
Şimdi de Profesör Doktor Sayın
Professor Ensar Nishancı
Doktor Eşref Abdülgrafi Eldarkili Beyefendi'ye
will now
verecekler.
present a plaque to Professor Eldarfi.
Teşekkür ediyorum.
Thank you.
Melih Tanrıverdi Beyefendi, Profesör
Now,
Doktor
Melih Tanrıverdi will
takdim edecekler.
present a plaque to
Bir kişiye daha vereceksiniz. Müsaadenizle Mehmet.
Melih Tanrıverdi will now present a plaque to our participant to deliver an opening remark.
Teşekkürler hocam.
Thank you. Assam Secretary General Ali Joshar will now present a plaque to Ismail Turu, to the head of the executive board of TGTV.
Kime vereceğim efendim?
İdame Atan efendim.
Arapça biliyor musunuz?
Hayır.
Öyle mi? Eyvallah. Maşallah yani.
Katkılarından dolayı TGTV'ye teşekkür
We would like to thank TGTV for their contributions. Assam member Mehmet Koçak will
Doktor Mustafa Karataş hocamıza takdim edecekler.
now present a plaque to Professor Mustafa Karataş.
Yönetim kurulu üyesi.
Mustafa Karataş hocamıza değerli
We would like to thank Professor Mustafa Karataş for his contributions.
Zamantıoğlu Beyefendi,
Assam board member Çetin Zamanti will
Erdoğan Beyefendi,
now present a plaque to Cemal Erdoğan, the board member of the ASDER, the Association of the Defenders of Justice.
Cemal Erdoğan beyefendiye
Cemal Erdoğan, thank you very much for your contributions. Now, Assam General Coordinator, Professor Eşan Nişancı.
Doktor İbrahim Altan Beyefendi sahneye plaketini almak üzere davet ediyorum.
Will now deliver a plaque to Mr. Ibrahim. Dr. Ibrahim Altan.
İbrahim Altan Bey'e katkı
Dr. Ibrahim Altan, thank you very much for your contributions. Assam board member Nejat Özden will now present a plaque to Professor Veysel Ayhan.
Teşekkür ederim. Benim bitti herhalde.
bir tane daha.
Kendime peki.
Sayın Veysel Ayhan beyefendi.
Veysel Ayhan, thank you very much for your contributions.
Şimdi de Assam
Now, Assam General Director
Doktor Sayit
Melih Tanrıverdi
Nabi Faik hocamıza
will now present a plaque to Dr. Sayed Gulam Nabi Fai.
Doktor Sayit Gulnabi
hocamıza teşekkür ederim.
Dr. Sayed Gulam Nabi Fai, thank you very much for your contributions. Assam General Coordinator Professor Ensar Nishancı will now present a plaque to Professor Bekir Ismaili.
Buyurunuz hocam.
kıymetli katkıları için Profesör
Professor Bekir Ismaili, thank you very much for your contributions.
Assam
Now,
Yönetim Kurulu
Assam Board Member Zehra Akyal
takdim etmek üzere
will now present a plaque to
plaketini almak üzere Sayın
Dr. Ala Adli Abdelshakir. Dr. Hala Adli Hussein.
Geliyor tamam mı? Değil mi şu an?
Son.
Son.
Bakan yardımcı bakanımıza bir plaket var.
Yok maalesef.
Necmettin Bey'e de takdim ettireceğiz.
Necmettin Bey'e vereceğiz.
Bitti ama sonuncudayız. Necmettin Bey sonuncudayız.
Eser Bey yerine Necmettin Bey'e.
Necmettin soy isim neydi?
Necmettin Keleş Bey.
Necmettin Keleş, tamam.
Melih Bey foto alalım. Buyurun.
You let one of the ladies to give me the.
Hala Adli hanımefendiye kıymetli katkıları için teşekkür ediyoruz. Şimdi de Assam Yönetim Kurulu üyesi Sayın Necmettin Keleş Beyefendi'yi sahneye davet ediyorum ve plaketini almak üzere Sayın Yavuz Sarı Beyefendi'yi, Mimar ve Mühendisler Grubu Genel Başkanı Sayın Yavuz Sarı Beyefendi'yi sahneye davet ediyorum. Tamam. Efendim? Öyle mi olasın?
Bitti.
İçenler. Tamam, öyle yanlış mı? Değerli konuklar, saygı...
Distinguished guests and professors,
kıymetli konuşmaların ardından
after these valuable opening remarks, we have a 75-minute lunch break. Lunch will be served at the cafeteria at the university.
takdim edilecektir. Molamızın ardından
The lunch will be served in the
konuşmalarında
VIP section of the
konuşmak üzere herkese iyi dinlenmeler.
cafeteria. I hope you enjoy your lunch and see you after the break.
Evet Enes.
Nasılsınız hocam?
İyi.
day of our Congress, and please kindly be seated for the summit talks. And Mr. Ismail Öz will be moderating the panel. He's a historian, but right now there is an individual who is in Gaza and who prepared a video. Malaysia Technology University's Professor Dr. Kameri Zaman bin Yusuf is going to be, he has sent a video and he was supposed to be as the summit speaker, so he sent a video because he was in Gaza, and I will let us listen to the video all together.
Very good day for all of you. Günaydın efendim ve arkadaşım. First and foremost, I would like to thank Allah Almighty for giving us this great opportunity not only to gather here in Istanbul, but to know each other to make a better, just and prosperous world. Second, I would like to thank the organizing committee for giving this golden opportunity to be with you online due to urgent matters at home. Special thanks to Mr. Malik and Professor Dr. Ensar Nisanja for giving me this time to say something or even to share some of my insights related to global Muslim Ummah all over the world. Dignitaries, prominent scholars, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take this opportunity to highlight some important points related to the 7 October 2023 events. First is that what is the purpose of Taufan Al-Aqsa, as so many people know about it. The main purpose, most of the scholars mentioned when the attack started at the early days of the 7th November, is to awaken Muslims all over the world about some important facts. That is, Palestinian people and their lands has been colonized since 1948 until now. It is their responsibility to be independent from the occupiers, same as other countries. The second objective is that due to economic downturns, post-COVID impacts, the struggle has been left behind by the Muslim Ummah. The need to rock the Muslim minds and soul that the Gazan in particular are still alive. Their struggle and jihad is still around. They are more than ready to gain independence from the illegal regime. This struggle never ending as long as their enemy kept their subjugation, killings, massacres, genocides, ravaging masjid and churches, school, universities, etc. The struggle to keep their faith and freedom have been jeopardized ever since. The pressure has increased since 2006, especially in Gaza. The third and newly established objective is to break the siege and to break the silence. This movement serves the most important target, whereby not only the Muslim population who change their mindset towards Israel and its allies, but more than that, their level of concern, steadfastness in their unstoppable awareness and support never been before. The purpose to break the silence doesn't stop somewhere, but it is the wave of support and concern towards the plights of women and children killed, about 200,000 of them who are injured, the genocide as part of their policies to hurt the minds of the people of the world today. The frequent movement of global flotilla the biggest global Sumut flotilla, started 31st of August this year, must be given special attention. Gold prizes and Nobel prizes, at least from the Muslim world, for their efforts and courage. We cannot imagine most of them, more than 80% of them, are youngsters, while old people like us are busy talking and sharing ideas how to solve the plight of Palestinians, especially in Gaza. For whatever reason, we believe bringing back peace is the only way before anything else could be done. We praise the Turkish government for the courage to stand firm with the Palestinians. Another sticking point to explore is why now the Zionist regime is ready to accept 20 plus plans proposed by the American president, whereas previously the ceasefire has been failed to achieve not only one but twice. First on November 2023, the second in January 2025. The general contents are about changing prisoners. Israel regime should start to vacate Gaza. Who will lead Gaza? Then how to rebuild Gaza? Those are the four main purpose or themes of those plans. I would like to share some internal factors that bring about this undecisive ceasefire. First, their failure, that is the Israeli regime, to ruin the city and to vacate the city from people, to annihilate Hamas, whereby only 30% is damaged. Second, their genocide activities have been noticed by the whole world, even to the ICC and ICJ. People from all walks of life, Muslims and non-Muslims alike, are pointing their fingers to Netanyahu and his regime. Third factor, that is the people inside Israel are becoming more aggressive than ever for several reasons to oppose the war. Almost every weekend they stage for demonstration in main cities inside Israel. Then the people in the whole world, in the whole country, live in fear. In the north, always afraid of Hezbollah. In the big cities, afraid of Iranian missiles, drones from Yemen, etc., etc. According to the Times of Israel, dated 20th October this year, about 120,000 citizens of Israel already left the country. There is no more safe haven for them. Point number 5. The emergence of the Haredim, so-called Orthodox Jews who are residing inside Israel, is another headache for the government, especially related to changing regulations to make it mandatory for them to join a reserve army. 6. All in all, we just quoted some highlights by Yitzhak Brick, one of the general in the reserve army. Quote, there has been collapse of the economy, global boycotts that are now beginning at the accelerated pace, a collapse of society, a collapse of the army, and the collapse of all international relations. We are in a war that has no purpose. We cannot defeat Hamas, and they are running to prepare themselves for the Great War. Unquote. Ladies and gentlemen, scholars Arkadasham, we Malaysian scholars believe that the current movement to prepare a sound and practical movement for the sake of the people in Gaza would not be as good as of now, except after the involvement of the Turkish government. Previous arrangement set by the American, Qatar, Egypt to uphold the ceasefire in 2023, January 2025 failed to materialize. During the UNGA, that is United Nations General Assemblies, this year, Mr. President of Turkey sat with Mr. Trump and other main players to prepare some plans ahead. On October 2025, in Sharm el-Sheikh, a new horizon appeared when Trump signed a new ceasefire deal, undersigned by Egypt, Qatar and Turkey, among others. The arrival of very good numbers of witnesses from more than 20 Muslim leaders made this plan endure, at least at this time. More than that, it was the Turkish government who initiated another meeting in Ankara to make sure the plan will be successful. Those who will lead Gaza must be from the Muslim world, especially locals. Another stumbling block is who, when and how to rebuild Gaza. The initiative shows how serious the Turkish government not only prepare itself to help the Syrian, some countries in Africa, through this Sadat international organization. We believe that our organizer of this conference, Sadat Ulus Lara Rasa, wa Wunma Danishmanlek, Insyiat Sanaya, wa Tijarat. Although this organization mentioned about industry and trade, but also involved in strategic and defense consultancy. We believe the Turkish people will play their role profoundly and successfully, not only in the West Asian region and beyond. To conclude, it is our responsibility to help our ummah who are in dire need everywhere, Palestine, Gaza, and the latest in Darfur. Let us pray to God Almighty. Our program will run smoothly, preparing a good mission and vision and strategy ahead for the benefit of a fair and just world, which require fundamental reform. According to Mr. Erdogan, motto, the world is bigger than 5. Sonung olarak Hayerde, Filistin, Gaza, Wesun olarak Darfurda, Acel ihtiyaj içinde olan ummetizme yardım etmek bizim sorumluluğumuzdur. Hepimiz Yüce Allah'a dua edelim ki programımız sorunsuz bir şekilde işlesin ve adil ve hakkaniyetli bir dünya için çok iyi bir misyon, vizyon ve strateji hazırlayalım. Bu da temel bir reform gerektiriyor. Sayın Başbakan Erdoğan'ın sloganı dünya beşten büyüktür. Son olarak Yüce Tanrı'ya çok teşekkürler. Konferansımızın başarılı olması için canlı başla çalışan organizasyon komitesine de kocaman bir alkış. Teşekkürler. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Zirve
We would like to thank the first speaker of the summit speeches, Malaysia Technology University's Professor Kameru Zaman bin Yusuf's video, and he also delivered a part of his speech in Turkish. We would like to thank him. Now the next panel will be moderated. Historian, sociologist Ismail Öz is invited on stage. He is our moderator. Welcome, Mr. Ismail. Malaysia International Advanced Islamic Researches in the Institute. Dr. Sayed Azman bin Sayed Ahmet. He is also a former MP. Kütahya Dumlupınar University Rector, Professor Süleyman Kızıltoprak. The gentleman might be outside. Uludağ University International Relations Department Chair, Professor Tayyar Arı. Welcome, sir. Qatar University member of the faculty, Dr. Edward Omar Moat, from Department of Humanities. And finally, International Balkan University Rector, Professor Lütfi Sunar. You're invited on stage to deliver your speech. Welcome. Every table has microphones, so Mr. Ismail, you have the floor. Everything is ready. I think Professor Süleyman will join eventually. It's okay. Now, to begin with, I would like to thank the Congress organizers. I would like to thank Mr. Melih Tanrıverdi, Assam, Professor Ensar Nishancı for gracing us with this hospitality, and indeed, on TVs for about 20 years. I am on TV. I'm a commentator, I'm a publisher, as a sociologist and historian. You know, to the best of my ability, I will try to feed from this interdisciplinary pool of panels if I can manage. First of all, let me say a few things in the format of a keynote speech, and then I'm going to give the floor to our guests, and I'm really curious as to what they will say, and I will be listening to them. And now, of course, in this framework today, the West, the East, and various other global crises across the world are being discussed in this platform. And the main thing that we're going through is a crisis of systems. Of course, you know, with the mercy of the dear academics here, this is my humble opinion, because this is my own mental eyes indicators, and I try to make certain diagnosis. And of course there will be certain analogies and sometimes wrong analogies of sorts, and hopefully I will proceed in this way. And what the simultaneous interpreters might have difficulty, for which I ask them forgiveness. What we are experiencing here is a crisis, is a system crisis, in my opinion. And what creates the system crisis, if you ask me? In my opinion, this at the same time is a legal crisis. It's the crisis of law. It's the crisis of justice. Am I clear? Because Pierre Bourdieu says for the state, he says if the law, if you remove law from state, there is no state left. Because
biz aslında
we actually, in the abstract sense, in the we are talking it in the philosophical concept. If you look at it in an abstract way, the state is a construction of law. So, in fact, law becomes law through politics. And in the past, this was done by, this was also, this is an exception of a concept because this was merged with the concepts of king and God. But this is there is an extinction, and the law is being seriously questioned. But on the other hand, politics becomes legal in the hands of the law, right? On that's the reverse, the other way around. So that's the issue. Because across the world, which law and which legal? Whose law and whose, in quotations, legal are we discussing about and are we experiencing? It is the crisis of the West, actually, and it has transformed into the crisis of the world, right? Gaza, Africa, Sudan in the present. All of, when you look at everything that is happening, these are generated by the system crisis, and there is no law that we can talk about anymore. And I have 15 minutes, and hopefully I won't exceed without forcing your patience either. So, I was talking about this previous principle. When you look at it from the lens of that principle, this international law, why is it not functional? Why in Gaza, in Africa, in Sudan, why do we not have international law? We're talking about this because law and economy, in the history of states, in the history of politics, it was never functional, independent of a will. Behind a legal provision, if you don't have a strong will that's going to enforce it, law will be null and void. And this is the exact crisis that the international law is going through and the system is experiencing. The president brought us to this level. The world is bigger than five. The US and the rest, they are like planktons, right? The rest of the world, they are like planktons. Whichever big fish is going to come and eat us, we're just waiting. We are reduced to that, and we can't have any judgment. We are not attributed with any characteristics, attributes, the Easterners in the big picture. Because the science understanding of the West, unfortunately, is derived with a fascist approach. This is how I look at it. If the school of the West has generated a scholasticism, right? And those who flee that scholasticism, the Westerners who went to the US fleeing from that, it's an altogether different scholasticism. They don't let anyone talk in the universities in the US because it's anti-Semitism. So when you step outside this, the church did this. Galileo, why was he beheaded? So now, this is when you look at it from the West. So, for 150 or 200 years, people keep telling us, certain people keep telling us, they say, you're going through a deja vu. That is, we are living a deja vu as the Islam civilization. Is there anyone who believes this? Yes. It's like, I had experienced this before. Because someone says, no, you have experienced a deja mort. So actually you are dead, they say. You are in the state of a rigor mortis. You have already become rigid before death. And did anyone believe that also when they did? They did. People believed that when they were told that by others. And someone else, Jameru, what does that mean? You never experienced that. Actually, you never received this. Does anyone believe that? They do. So which one are we? Let me agree. Are we dead? Did we not experience it at all? Or do we feel like we did experience this once upon a time? So the Islamic civilization, the Islamic understanding, what kind of a thought system and what kind of a repetition are we going to emerge, and what kind of a systemic thinking are we going to make ourselves present again so that we can stand against the West? Because the struggle between the East and West is a historical one. And this is not because it's Islam and the West. The fight with China, the fight with Africa, they're all the same. So therefore, there is this thing called East and West, between Persians and Romans, between Persians and Greeks. Do you know, there was always like, this was in the form of ebb and tide, you know, back and forth. So today, Jack Goody says, the British, when they went to India, the technology there was stronger than that in London, they said. But unfortunately, their propaganda skills were much better. I remember Bordilla, those symbols, the semiology, yes, so with those symbols and the commercials and the advertising and the propaganda, they carried themselves to a much more stronger place. And as Mr. Esrin says, we started saying, they say Islam left us behind. Because of Islam, we are left behind. So we accepted that discourse, and nothing will happen with the West. They can't come up with anything. They can't generate it. They can't fabricate. And you know, we had faith in this, because when you look for faith, you don't look for evidence. So if you're in a wrong kind of faith, what you have faith in is not built on realities and what you see in reality, and if it's not built on experiences that make you happy, so sorry, there are two trends in philosophy, you know. I believe in order to learn, or I learn in order to believe. So if you separate it into two, this is the pillars of philosophy. So you had faith and then you believed, right? So there's no need to question. So now, with this, from this point forward, actually, who are we going to place what, where, and in which way? We need to come up with a method, and accordingly, first we need to diagnose the situation. We need to make a diagnosis, because you cannot treat a patient who has not been diagnosed. So, for 150 years, the Islam geography, Islam civilization, with your permission, I'm going to use a medical term, and I'm apologizing for that. You know this. There are comorbid patients, they have comorbidities, you know, so at the same time they are suffering from 5 or 6 chronic diseases, so the medicine you give one doesn't counters the other or counters the other. These are grave patients, so these are comorbid patients. Don't we have our philosophers and thinkers? Yes, but thinking is also very much fragmented, so we cannot concentrate on a system. I listen to our professors in academia. Everyone criticizes, and our criticism culture is good, but there is no, you cannot concentrate them. In the West, compared to thinking, you know, thinking started 3 or 4 millennia ago, before. Why did the Greeks, they have their own philosophy? Because they put forth systematic data, but scattered thinking, fragmented thinking, thinking, diffuse thinking will not allow us to produce anything, in my opinion. And after a certain while, I think as follows, all of a sudden the West put this to us, interdisciplinary. They set barriers between barriers. So these barriers actually, they brought us a blindness of space. They did bring us and Schopenhauer, I'm going to remember him, he says, at least in a few areas of humanities, a person needs to be specialized so that at the extremes, at the very extremes, the fragments at the extremes of those humanities can, if they're not going to merge in the mind of a person, in the mind of a thinker, where else will they merge, right? So, a thinker, a philosopher, when they are offline, they cannot use it. Imagine it. Can they have a thought in an external memory that has no access to external memory? Either it's just like a computer's memory or knowledge in someone else's mind. What good will it give me? I can refer to it when I need it and I can get as much as I want. So, information that is not coexisting in the same mind and in an external memory, you cannot generate philosophy, you cannot generate mindless. And this requires a very deep, burdensome reading. But the present time individuals, they don't have that sort of a time. But these understanding, interdisciplinary understanding, unfortunately, if you go to Ghazali, Farabi, the Western thinkers, I love reading some philosophers from the past. I don't see anyone specializing in one single area. They are all very good in 5 or 6 areas, really very good. So, I'm a little bit of an historian. It's like an encyclopedia or a law keeper. Encyclopedia, there is an incredible meaning, knowledge. As a paradigm, when I was talking to Ensar, Professor Ensar, I'm wrapping up. I said, in order to be able to say Atlantic, you need to be able to know transatlantic as well. If you can't look at it from there, you cannot call this place Atlantic. Everything is this way, actually. Spinoza says the eye of the mind. That eye of the mind, that's with the scientific akis, what you have acquired scientifically, that eye will help you see far away. And when you look of proofs today, the eyes, the mind, the eye of our mind is an awful state. Look at Istanbul. What civilization do you associate it with? Or look at the Islamic geography. Yusuf Akçura, when he went to Syria, he published Syrian letters. And I'm always sad about the examples that he gave, and hopefully we want to experience this, and hopefully Syria, our Islamic geography, will come to a certain stage. He said, when I go to a restaurant, the cleanliness, the state of cleanliness was so bad, but on the wall they said it wrote something in Arabic. I couldn't. He's talking in Arabic. How many Muslims are there who listen to Allah? So they should free of themselves of being a simulation of the West. They are not tired of simulating the West. So when are we going to rid ourselves of that crowd? Just like they are experiencing what belongs to them. For in Halloween, I saw the kids, and I went to a congress, and they were wearing a cross on their foreheads, and they were walking, and they did pretend like it belonged to them, and they were going through a very serious simulation. So when you look at the state we are in, I just see simulations, lots of them, very individual, the capacity to see with the eye of their minds and carrying knowledge, being able to look at it with that depth, scholarly depth. They are very few in numbers. It's not that they are not existent. I do find them, I do read them, but this needs to become a systemic thinking. So before the West, the Islamic geography will, both in action and in morality, they will no longer be beaten. I have given you some thoughts, some questions, and I think this much of an introduction is enough, and my professors will expand it much deeper. Now that he's with me, perhaps I can give the floor to Professor Süleyman. Distinguished professor, hopefully we will listen to you with pleasure. You have shouldered the burden, I know, the weight of this, so we're looking forward to listening to you.
Teşekkür ederim.
Thank you very much. May I use the lectern? Of course.
Bunu nasıl... orada kalmış. Kıymetli Hazuru,
Distinguished participants, distinguished fellow rectors, distinguished scholars, distinguished guests, my dear brothers and sisters, I would like to welcome you with the deepest feelings and with Allah's greetings, a symbol of peace and compassion. At a meaningful event like this, I hope that the world of Islam will unite for the goal of equality, justice, and peace. I would like to thank the organizers. Today we are gathered at a congress, but at the same time we are taking another action towards achieving the unity of the Islamic world. That's very important because our unity is not just a geographical or a political cause. It is also a requirement of our faith, our conscience, and it is also the symbol of the shared destiny of humanity. Distinguished brothers and sisters, the Islamic world has an amazing potential with its natural resources, young population, and rich cultural heritage and shared union of faith. Shortly after Islam emerged, 30 years after Islam emerged, Iran, Damascus, Egypt, and 70 years later, all of North Africa, and 100 years ago, in 711, Spain was conquered. In 732, it sieged Paris. It's a sacred source of motivation. With this sacred strength, Muslims spread that divine religion and brought peace, justice, and prosperity to the territories where Islam spread. There are many challenges, wars, exploitations, and injustice that we see in the world of Islam. And they target the vulnerabilities of our unity.
İşte bu noktada Türkiye son yıllarda
they target the lack of our unity, and the world of Islam has recently taken significant actions towards achieving that unity. And Turkey has always stood in solidarity with all Muslim communities around the world. Since the foundation of the Republic, our nation has always been closely concerned with the problems of the world of Islam through humanitarian aid, through cultural or scientific collaborations. We have worked for the unity of Islam and the well-being of the Muslims. Today is November 8th. November 9th is the birthday of Muhammad Iqbal. Muhammad Iqbal is still the most important person that we remember when we talk about the unity of Islam. We remember his analogy of a falcon. And Muhammad Iqbal looked at the world of Islam and he says it's like a falcon, and the head and the heart of that falcon is the Turks, he said. Still, in March and in October, in Pakistan, the people who love Muhammad Iqbal recite the same poem, and I would like to read that out. The army of Pakistan actually recites this as a march. The poem says the head of the world of Islam is the Turks, the wings are the Arabs, the body is India and Iran. Without the head, the wings cannot fly. Here, Muhammad Iqbal says that when you look from a bird's view, the world of Islam looks like a falcon with its head and tail and wings. And he told his son that the Turks should not be overlooked in his will that he wrote in 1936. And he says the future of Islam lies with the leadership of Turks. I don't want to make a very long speech. I just wanted to remember this metaphor by Muhammad Iqbal, and I just wanted to remember the services of the Turks to the world of Islam in the words of Muhammad Iqbal. And that army started out from Samarkand, went to Herat and to Kabul, and conquered all of India. But what did the grandchildren do? Today, in that region, we have a population of 500 million Muslims in Pakistan, Bangladesh, Kashmir, we listened to them earlier, Afghanistan. When they look at the history of their ancestors, they feel proud. But when they look at the present time, they see the atrocities that are happening, and they only look for more hope from the future. And not only the wings of the world of Islam, but also the trunk is also under invasion. In this territory, Caliph Omar and all Arab Peninsula and North Africa became home to the justice and peace with Islam. And then the Crusaders came in 1099 in a volume between the Fatimids and Muslims. There was a tension. They invaded the Al-Quds for 88 years. Later, Ayyubi came and brought the justice of Omar once again to those same lands. Today, in Gaza and Sudan, we are witnessing unbelievable atrocities and massacres, and of course, external powers and the imperialist powers who do not have a friendly opinion of our region are playing games in our region. That's why these atrocities are happening, and in the face of that, all Muslim communities should stand in unity. And Sudan, in 1952, Nasser and his team made a coup, and they said Egypt and Sudan cannot be divided. This king is not taking care of Sudan, but then they accepted the division of Egypt and Sudan in 1986. So Sudan, with 2,500 kilometers squares, was the largest country in Africa. So it was divided in two, and an area of 650 kilometers squares became South Sudan, and maybe they signed the biggest and most important diplomatic agreement of the world. And the country was divided into two, but the problems remained unresolved. They have problems of border, and they have problems about the demographics, and most importantly, there is the risk that Sudan may be divided again. There is the lack of experience, the lack of knowledge, the lack of education, and the lack of allies are the main factors of main reasons of this risk. Until recently, Egypt coordinated the diplomatic efforts of Sudan. But when we came to the year 2000, the crisis between the Sudanese government and the government of South Sudan could not be resolved. And then in 2011, there was a referendum, and the southern part of the country separated. Considering all that, there are significant failures and gaps, and in my opinion, the reason is because they did not have an experience of state. They didn't have well-trained people, and they did not have any allies in the international relations with their neighbors and with the world of Islam. They did not have close enough solidarity. Today, this region is a scene to major atrocities and suffering. As I conclude my remarks, I would like to
Hazreti Ömer'in emannamesini getiren
remember the Patriarch Theophilus, who brought the emaname of Omar to our president. As you know, when Al-Quds was invaded, they gave the key to Omar, and Omar said to ensure justice and to create the culture of coexistence, he created this emaname. When people asked who is the owner of Al-Quds, today those who rule that country, Palestine, with force of hand, said they were right using documents from 2500 years ago, but the Patriarch of Al-Quds took the Amanname of Omar and brought it to our president. Why didn't he take it to the head of state of a different country? Why not to Jordan or Egypt or Greece or Putin or Trump? Because he has better dialogue with them and he has the same religion with them. Why he brought it to our president? Why did he bring that emanname to our president? What I mean is, today we need peace and justice, and the foundations of that peace were laid by Omar. Having ownership of that territory means having ownership of that emanname. Otherwise, you cannot claim ownership of a territory with some scriptures from the past. As Muhammad Iqbal mentioned, we need a head in this region. We need peace and justice in this region. With the historical experience of the Turkish nation, we can, just like Omar, Ayyubi, Sultan Baybars, Yavuz Sultan Selim, we can reinstate justice in the region. And most importantly, the world of Islam needs to stand in unity. And I would like to greet you with respect. Thank you. Distinguished Professor Süleyman Kızıl Toprak from Dumlupınar University. Thank you very much. I said that similar minds should come together, and the professor offered us a very good perspective and said that politically our fragmentation should be eliminated by a leader. So we need the mind of a leader. So who will that leader be? Because we have the philosophy, and when we have the politics to support that, everything will be fine. And I think I would like to give the floor to Edward Maud. The floor is yours. Professor Lütfü Sunar, he has another program to follow, so we will be changing the program and he will be taking the floor. Distinguished guests, I would like to welcome you and I would like to thank you for organizing this event. I did not think the program would be delayed, and since I traveled recently from abroad and I haven't gone home yet, so I wanted to speak first. When Professor Ansar called me, he asked me to make a speech about the Balkans. Maybe it's because I am working at a university in the Balkans. Actually, before working in the Balkans region, I was also involved in various studies about the Balkans region. And of course, the Balkans is a very nice travel destination for the Turkish people. We receive many tourists from Turkey in the streets of Skopje, Pristina, Sarajevo. Every year, approximately 1.5 million tourists come from Turkey to our region. And because that region is also sentimentally important for us. But of course, it has been a scene to significant devastation for the last 100 years. And we can witness the remnants of that devastation. A semi-devastated minaret or madrasa or nearly demolished bridge. You can see them everywhere. Although in the last 20 years the Republic of Turkey has repaired many historical monuments, you can still see some demolished traces of the past. And as the actual devastation is actually in the minds. You can rebuild a caravanserai using the reliefs, and you can recreate a work of art, but you cannot recreate the life of a person or reverse the devastation of a person's life. You need to have a more carefully planned restoration to do that. The Balkans, with the Southeast Asia and Central Africa, represents the latest expansion of the world of Islam. In 1600s, 1700s, the Balkans become Islamized. The Caucasus also Islamized during the same time. The South Asia and Central Africa converted to Islam at the same time. And then the expansion of Islam in the world happened not through invasions but through migrations. At the same time, the Balkans, just like Andalusia, is the region where the social visibility of Islam was almost completely eliminated. In 1870s, there was a census in the Ottoman Empire, and shows that the concentration of Muslims in the Balkans was higher than the Anatolian territories. But in the ensuing process, due to the massacres and exchange of populations, the Muslims, if you consider the Balkans as a one region, the rate of Muslims is only about 7 to 8%. And most of the Muslims are living in Bosnia, Albania, and North Macedonia, Greece, Bulgaria, and Serbia, and Romania. We have Muslims living as minorities. And there is another issue here. With the transformation brought by modernity and with the transformation brought by colonialism and with the displacements, the Balkans became a home to a community living without memories. So we have a significant population, 8 to 10 million people, brought from other countries, other territories. And in Europe also, we have 8 to 10 million people who have come from other territories. So my observation is that the Muslim communities, particularly in the areas where they are in minority, there is a syndrome of landlessness in their relationship with the states, with the governments. And of course, there was the huge oppression and devastation in the territories of Yugoslavia, and there was a huge attempt of transformation of the region, and inevitably, the young people cannot have a healthy relationship with their identities, with their cultures, and with their past. Particularly after 1990, we witnessed a very strong restoration process, and Professor Süleyman was one of the designers of that restoration process. But despite that, today the Muslim communities are at the risk of differentiation, which is coming from the outside and inside as well. There are two dimensions here. The first one is that being a minority results in discrimination and oppression. And secondly, with the secularization of the daily life, the new generations undergo a transformation. Here we can see different trends in different countries. Today, Albania probably is at the risk of being the Andalusia of the world of Islam. In Albania, being Muslim or Islam or any concepts about Islam cannot be represented in the daily life. In the past, this was done by dictators, but currently the global actors and the local transformative actors are doing this in a less oppressive way. So, as a form of secularization of the daily life. In the communist era, the religion was taken away from the daily life. And in the post-communist era, this could not be reversed because religion was excluded from education, public life, and personal life, and this population and it could not easily go back to the public area. My observation in Macedonia, in specific job areas, there are no trained Muslims. This is the result of a discrimination that happened 40 years ago. You cannot find a well-trained Muslim physician or dentist. So, particularly in the Balkans, Muslims cannot find elite leaders. Globally speaking, Muslims are also at the risk of this consumption culture, and it also weakens the religious practices among the young Muslims. The Muslims in the Balkans often lead a conventional type of Islam with their rituals and holidays. So these are the most important pillars for leading a Muslim life in the Balkan regions. Since they cannot practice these rituals in the public domain, they just perform them in their own homes. In the young populations, this is replaced by the cultural Muslim identity. So they call themselves Muslims. Particularly in countries where Muslims are a minority, this identity can be more appealing. They don't identify with the Bulgarians just as a national identity, but they see their religion as part of their cultural identity. From this perspective, the Muslim communities in the Balkans cannot turn into political actors. So it is important to turn these populations into political actors. Of course, in the 1990s, the Salafi movement threatened the Muslims in this region. So the Salafi movements deconstructed the Muslim practices in this region. Today, Salafism may not be too common, but actually it played a role in the Balkans. It destroyed the traditional Muslim culture and created a Muslim identity that is more focused on the consumption culture. So the Muslims in the Balkans, when we look at their future, We see that a political integration, a political agency is required. However, when we look at the Balkans, the Muslims in the Balkans today, we don't see Islamic figures in the political life. Sometimes, in some conservative political movements, they are partially represented. And sometimes, with their personal efforts, they can be represented in some specific political movements. Of course, there are some vulnerabilities. One of the most important vulnerabilities is the institutional vulnerability. Religious institutions, mosques, schools, madrasas, publishing houses, and even universities. They have significant infrastructure problems, institutionalization problems, HR problems, and organizational problems. Maybe this is one of the most important points that we need to focus.
Siyasetler Balkanlarda Müslüman topluluklar için çok önemli odaklar.
Presidencies, the vulnerabilities of presidencies, they are very important to represent the Muslim communities. Of the Muslim communities, and in every country in the Balkans there is a presidency representing the Muslim community, and they are always under the influence of a political actor, and that creates a vulnerability. I can see this easily in the North Macedonia. A similar thing is happening in Albania. In Greece, there is a fragmented presidency. In Bulgaria, we see an even worse picture. And education, a lack of education and intellectual renewal. Although during the communist era, there were Muslim intellectuals supporting the Islamic thought, and they helped revive the Islamic thinking, the creation of universities was delayed. So the academic efforts could not be institutionalized. In this context, the International Balkan University, the Sarajevo University in Sarajevo, and the Tirana University, these are important initiatives, but also with the efforts of local groups, the creation of the universities should have started much earlier, because universities are also the places where you create the visible public actors of thought. Could you please wrap up? Finally, national and ethnic divisions undermined the revival of Muslim thought in the region. The interaction between the Bosnian and Albanian Muslims remain limited due to language barrier, and the ethnic groups in the countries were also fragmented due to political divisions. In conclusion, I can say that the Muslim world in the Balkans actually suffers from the pains of turning a post-crisis into an opportunity. From 1920s to 1990s, they lived under intense oppression and suffering, and after achieving independence, they try to reestablish themselves, and they are still suffering from the pains of that same process. So educational institutionalization and will be important to revive the Muslim thought in the Balkans and to integrate the Muslims in the Balkans with the global Muslim community. Thank you very much.
I think we're complying the time, but also I think Professor Süleyman needs to leave early, and so does Professor Lütfü. Do they have any plaques or anything? Shall we not deliver it to them because they're going to ask for permission and leave? Because now that they are here, at least we are just going to pull forward that ceremony with the permission and mercy of our other distinguished professors who are waiting here. Is it okay? So we continue. Mr. Melih is here. He's going to give the plaques of those two who will depart. No, they're going to give it afterwards to them. So yes, we will continue from where we left, and I would like to give the floor to Dr. Edward Omar from Qatar University.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. I'm humbled and grateful to have been invited to the Assam Justice Defenders Congress. And to be honest, I was hesitant to accept the invitation, only because I have no special expertise in political science, international relations, or the challenges facing the Muslim European Central Asian regions. I thought perhaps all I can bring to the conference is my support, enthusiasm for its objectives, and joy that we are living in a time in which meetings like this are being organized, and a time in which its vision is becoming increasingly plausible. When I joined the Ummah of Muhammad in 1997, Muslim collective agency in the world seemed like an impossible daydream. Politically speaking, it seemed there was no Ummah as such. Instead, Muslims were simply a large mass of powerless worshippers divided among various states, run by alienated elites that functioned more as colonial governors working to repress rather than represent the values and aspirations of their subjects. Even then, however, that view was not completely accurate. That was the view from far away in the United States. It has looked a little different when I came to live with Muslims, but it's also changed quite a bit in the years since then. In any case, that view, which people shared quite a bit then and perhaps do still now, spoke more to the frustration we felt at the state of the world than to its reality. The truth is that the Ummah has always been alive in the hearts of Muslims. This is evident even if only through the grief we shared at our outwardly weakened condition and internal conflicts. It is evident through our persistence in worship and establishing Islamic values as much as we could, sometimes for some of us against the dire odds. The Prophet Muhammad ﷺ told us that whoever says the people are ruined is himself ruined. And the last verse of Surah Fatih tells us that the followers of Muhammad ﷺ are firm against the kuffar and merciful to each other. No matter how distraught we might feel over the crises of the Ummah and our own failures, we must avoid becoming the opposite. We must avoid becoming harsh against each other and merciful to the kuffar. If we curse those who came before us or each other, we are cursing ourselves and our own children. Instead, we should work for the akhirah as if we will die tomorrow, and for the dunya as if we will live forever. For the dunya is the place of gathering provisions for the akhirah, and after us, our children and their children must pass through it and gather their provisions. We are all khalifs, even if only over our own families and children. This obliges us to work together to prevent and remove obstacles to that gathering, the gathering of provisions. Of course, Allah is the provider. The question is whether we will be the provision. One of the many branches of Iman, according to a hadith alongside the Shahada itself, I think you know the hadith, there's 99 branches of Islam, one is of Iman, one is La ilaha illallah, and the other is moving a tree out of the way that has fallen into the road. So that act is connected to Tawheed itself. Allah may blow the path clear with the strong wind, or people may simply learn to walk around the obstruction. But the one who acts is the mu'min. This Congress, if our niyyah is pure, is such an act. Even though, in fact, we also see that Allah is blowing the winds. A lot of the reason that we are able to actually credibly get together and talk about this now and think about Muslims, and we are actually seeing Muslim countries working together. We're seeing things that I never thought I'd see, even like 10 years ago, right? Turkey and Qatar particularly. For example, stopping a war between Afghanistan and Pakistan, right? That was one thing that hasn't been mentioned, but so many things have been going on which are reasons for optimism, right? And we know that it's not because we're better than the people that came before us, so we've done something different, right? Allah's created opportunities, and I think that we all understand as well that this sort of economic shift that's happening and historical shift is a big part of that, right? This is an aside from what I had prepared, but just in terms of these circumstances, a lot has been said about history so far. One of the things I wanted to add and mention that the first time that the land area between Egypt and China was unified, the first time it was ever unified as far as history knows is Alexander the Great, right? The next time after that was the Islamic Empire. It unified this landmass, right? Very important. And unlike Alexander's empire, the Islamic unity of that region lasted, and civilizationally and culturally still lasts. You know, we share the same faith still. And this makes a big difference. The natural way that trade should be going is the way that the Chinese see it as hopefully going with their Belt and Road Initiative. It should be going from China through the land, and the Muslims, alhamdulillah, Allah situated it so that for geography, Muslims are always the middleman in that trade business, right? And then Europeans conquered the Americas, and after that, everything shifted, right? Through destruction and colonialization to subvert that. And we really have been living in an anomaly in terms of nature and history, and that anomaly is ending now, right? So after the British and the Europeans lost their empires, then they shifted the responsibility to the United States to make sure that, conflict and destruction reigned in Asia and Africa, and to prevent, that sort of natural economic zone from developing again. Now it is redeveloping, and because of that reason, and because we also have had some, leaders that are ready to take advantage of the opportunity, we see things happening for good, inshallah. Anyway, sorry, that was a bit of a digression. That was some thoughts that I'd had that I didn't really think about saying before I came. Like I said, I don't have an expertise in this, and so far I haven't said anything that any of you don't already know, right? Otherwise you wouldn't be here. All this stuff about needing to move the tree out of the road, and that it's an act of faith and stuff, right? The fact that you are here shows that you already know about that, and you don't need to be told by me. As I said, my expertise is limited. I'm a philosopher. I'm not a political scientist or an economist or any of the other, in any of the other sciences or disciplines which really are required to get this kind of effort moving. I tend to look at the big picture, So whenever I learned about the Assam Justice Defenders Strategic Studies Center, my thoughts naturally turned to the questions like, what is justice? And to questions of how to ethically negotiate compromises when unavoidable between our ideals and the less than ideal reality that we inhabit. Yeah? And I do think that there are philosophical issues that are involved in an effort like this, particularly when we want to get the support of the Muslims, right, for it, because these kinds of issues, exactly these issues, right, we have ideals, but we don't live in an ideal world. Sometimes things that we have to do in reality, political reality, maybe don't look so good and maybe cause people to lose trust, right? Often because of some fallacies that Muslims and people in general have gotten into their minds about these things. But what do revelation, first of all, and reason tell us about how to consolidate and exercise power for that purpose? Allah says He gave Dawud alayhi salam the book, the balance, and iron. Revelation, reason, and power. The first assigns us our mission. Through the second, through reason, we can understand what we need to do to achieve that mission. And without the third, power, nothing can be done at all. Reason, therefore, shows that in order to achieve the mission assigned by revelation, we must consolidate and exercise power. Power is therefore part of the mission, and its pursuit, the pursuit of power, the consolidation of power, is assigned to us by God. Not, of course, power at all costs. Rather, power must be properly understood. Power is not the sheer ability to do anything at all. Rather, power is best understood as the ability to accomplish, to achieve your objective. A person who doesn't have a clue what his objective is doesn't have any real power. One of the great contributions of England to modern culture is punk rock. I'm only half joking about that. If you don't know what punk rock is, good for you. But there's a famous punk rock song, and Allah leaves nuggets of wisdom wherever He wills. I'm not going to question that. But one famous punk rock song I remember features the lyrics, "I don't know what I want, but I know how to get it. I want to destroy, possibly." That's actually a song that their kids listen to, if you can believe. But in any case, there's some wisdom there because, you know, one for one, right, it tells us about the state of the modern Western mind, yeah? Yeah. And then the other bit of wisdom we can squeeze out of this is exactly that. Is to realize that a person who doesn't know what he wants, regardless of whether he knows how to get it or not, is likely to achieve nothing but destruction. Yet the ability to destroy alone is not power, but it's the opposite of power. 20 years of the so-called war on terror are enough to teach us that. Aside from destruction, that war, a so-called war, it only produced one thing. That is that America and the West are exposed, even through their domestic politics, as we can see, as not knowing what they want. I mean, if you keep up with the U.S. politics, you can see that's the case, and even the European politics. Power, then, as the ability to achieve your objective, requires knowing what your objective is. How do we know what our objective is? Here's another more crucial point of difference with the modern West, to which we must remain aware. For an unspoken premise of liberal capitalism, which remains its creed, is that our objectives are ultimately defined by our desires. Thus, we just noticed that what, depending on desires to guide our objectives, leads us. The truth, of course, is that our objective is defined by our Creator. What we truly want, as opposed to what we think we want, is a fact decided by Him and then discovered by us. And once we understand what that is, then what we think we want conforms to what we truly want. Everything else is just a provision and a means to that end. Power, it turns out, is the ability to fulfill our God-given objective, along with all that requires in terms of justice, law and order, peace, prosperity, common defense, etc. I think here comes the key part what motivates me to talk about this, because of the fact that a mission like Assam's mission, or any kind of mission for Muslim political unity, has to be explained and, I wouldn't say sold, but adopted by Muslims. And I will quit now. Yeah, X says this. This is why we Muslims do not associate power as such with evil and then explain away human life as originally sinful, as did most of Christianity. Therefore, we do not separate might from right and power from good in the name of secularism, as did Christianity's liberal child. Nor do we pretend that all the evils committed in history are the inevitable cost of progress. Right? My general point, which I'll finish with, is just that, there's a difference in how we think about power as Muslims and how power relates to Muslim ideals and values, right? There's a lot of fallacy that has sort of seeped into Muslims' minds about this, which creates obstructions, I think, and which is part of what needs to be dealt with at a philosophical level. And then secondly, what I was going to call kind of area that we could call strategic Muslim public diplomacy, which is to clarify these questions about the relationship between power and politics and Muslim values, right? So that people actually do believe that a true Islamic political union is something which is logically possible, right? And then present it in a way which can be understood by people at varying levels, because you have to communicate with people at different levels. And this is something which Al-Farabi noted as a prophetic skill, right? And I think that an effort like this, aimed at Muslim political union, should include a kind of a section, or let's say, a field, maybe, an area of concern regarding exactly that, public diplomacy and messaging. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Muad, for your good speech. Thank you.
And now, of course, this is an international relations perspective that Mr. Tayyar Arı would like to speak, inshallah, from this regard. Time-wise, we're doing fine. We did not sidetrack much, hopefully we're going to finish right in time. Just let me know 5 minutes ago, before. Distinguished guests, I would like to greet you all with love and respect, and with this opportunity, the late Adnan Tanrıverdi Pasha and Sabahattin Zaim, I would like to remember them with gratitude. May Allah bless their souls. When you look at the rest of the world, we are all watching something with surprise. The U.S. has a change in foreign policy. Of course, it doesn't much differ from the first term of Trump, but we see him more self-confident with the system behind him. Both the deep state, the state within, and the American system have embraced Trump's policy. So this gives the impression, to me at least, that this is going in the form of a collaboration, because during the election term and that adventurous period in between, there were many court cases, as you know, the harassment cases and tax evasion and coup attempts. But actually, the Supreme Court, the Constitutional Court, stopped them all, suspended all these cases, and paved the path for his candidacy. They said he could be a candidate, and there was an interesting development, and there were certain assassination attempts, and most of these assassination attempts, they seemed a bit artificial to me, actually. So the U.S. intelligence managed that process quite well, because that blood mark behind his ear, is it a really bullet mark, or is it something something that has been sorted out there at that moment, like a small bleeding. We will never know that, perhaps. But therefore, and the central media all of a sudden started supporting Trump, like CNN, and the big capital likewise started supporting Trump. I don't think that that's too much of a coincidence. And also, I work on the U.S. foreign policy and the U.S. election system. When you look at it in the 2000s with Bush election from the state of Florida, the focus was there. But in the election system, even if you get one vote less in one state, the president, those 20 delegates shift from one side to another. So the presidency can shift from one to another. So he was elected, and Bush's brother, he was the governor, and Bush was elected. But when you look at the process since then, 2016, Trump's elections, there were claims, Russian intervention, and those suspicions continued. The Americans also said that the elections were suspicious and that the elections were won with Russian intervention. And this is not over, actually, the cases. So the 2020 elections and the 2024 elections, and in the US, there is the remote voting system and also voting by post, by mail. These are processes that make it easy to manipulate the elections. And recently, together along with Trump, Republican president's policies are always different from Democrat politics, because it has to do with their voters, because the Republican candidates are fed from weapons companies and oil and energy and higher capital. They receive the votes, and the Democrats receive the votes from all minorities that you can think of, from different identities and from medium and lower segment voters. So the president, the Republicans' foreign policy and the economic policies are similar. When you look at Reagan or when you look at earlier, to a similar extent, they are more conservative, actually, and they focus on protectionist foreign policies. And the abortion, etc., they keep talking about it during elections. So the white Americans, in order to receive the support of the Caucasian Americans, they need to develop their policies in parallel with their views. And this has reflections in both the domestic policies and international politics. So what paves the path for American capital and what protects them from competition is the policies that are favored by the Republican presidents. And so additionally, Trump added to this equation his own traits. And after the Second World War, the system that was built in the U.S. brought advantages to the U.S. So from an economic and military standpoint, a military defense standpoint, because the World Bank and the IMF and the World Trade Organization, all these organizations implement a liberal foreign trade policy, and the biggest advantage would be for the U.S. as well, followed by other developed countries. So what would make them more advantageous? The dollar was made as a basic payment system, and they would use one single currency, both as reserve and as payment instrument, and that gave them a clear superiority. And SWIFT payment systems, you do this with dollars, US dollars anyway. So but until the 2000s, the US didn't exercise this, actually. During the first Trump era, they started using it, but then it continued continued, but this financial and economic superiority started to be used as an instrument for foreign policy. So these were added to the sanctions. The Russians or for other countries, we saw this frequently, removing them from the SWIFT system or other financial system under its control, being used as a tool of pressure. And additionally, Trump gave up liberal foreign trade policies. So the U.S. started to follow a different system from the system that it built, opting for protectionist foreign trade policies. And why did they do that? They did this because the factors that cause this are, of course, particularly China's fast growth. In the 70s or in the 40s, in the 50s, for 60s, there was a China problem, but this was rather security and defense related, and then US was struggling, competing with the Soviets. And if you remember, in 1970-71, there was a US and China ties were closer. In order to be able to fight the Soviets, the US opted to get closer to China, and they did manage this. But when you look at the US and China struggle, and US and Russia getting closer serves the same purpose, to combat, to struggle with China and to focus its energy only on China. They are in search of developing their ties with Russia, but there are certain problems like Ukraine and the fact that it hasn't been solved yet, because the Western reputation is also a concern that the US wants to protect. So abandoning Ukraine to its fate and destiny. Perhaps in time we are going to go there, because the US's priority is Pacific. Both defense and security-wise, US prioritizes Pacific because the basic threat there, both economically, there's the Chinese challenge, and also the biggest problem for it is security. But in the Atlantic, Russia won't be a big threat for the US. They are aware of it. And you've got Europe in between. At least there is NATO there. So this is, in one way or another, Russia can stop, NATO can stop Russia, but a similar security structure is not there in the Pacific. So it focuses on the Pacific. So they see China as an economic challenge, a competitor, and also a security threat. So it wants to dedicate all its energy to China. And we talked about fast Chinese growth, because in the beginning of China, in 2000, it was $1.2 trillion was the economy, the size of the economy, $1.2 trillion. But 25 years later, the Chinese economy is worth $20 trillion. I'm talking with nominal figures. According to their party, we would talk about 41 trillion. So for the US, China is growing real fast, so it's a fast threat. India is also among the countries that grow fast across the world after China. It's the second fastest growing country, and that went from $400 billion to $4 trillion. And that grew by 10 during the course of this 25-year period. But rather for the US, China is regarded as a threat. And on the other hand, the US foreign trade started demonstrating certain deficits or weaknesses. We had it for a long time, but when you look at the volume of the foreign trade, there's a foreign trade volume of $6 trillion, whereas the US, it's $5 trillion. Despite the fact that the US is the economic boss of the world, there's this disadvantage in the foreign trade. So they have $1 trillion, but on the contrary, the US has $1 trillion deficit, and the biggest deficit is towards China. I think it's $270 or $280 billion. These figures keep changing if you look at it now, because the statistics are showing us the end of 2023. So at the end of 2023, 2024 these figures are published. So we are talking with the 2023 figures. So end of this year we are going to see the 2024 figures. So therefore, this foreign trade deficit, despite all efforts against China, it doesn't go down. And the second deficit is towards EU at about $235 billion. And the third biggest deficit is towards Mexico. So despite faced with all these deficits, the US wants to protect itself. So the US opted for a protectionist foreign trade policy. And there was another adverse development for the US. The utilization of the US dollars as reserve money is decreasing because in 1945 the dollar reserve across the world, the central banks it was at 85 to 90% across the world, but right now it is down. It has declined all the way to 51%. Even 2 years ago it was 58%. So in the course of 2 years even there is a fast decline, which is a significant alarm for the US. It causes the US to panic. So US is focusing on economy with all its might, and also from a security standpoint, even when they're choosing allies, they choose commercial partners. The US right now in the security or defense, they don't want defense partners, they choose trade partners. So the policy that the US is using, perhaps it could be like a Cold War based on techno-economy. Perhaps we can say that it reflects that logic. But despite everything, security-wise and military power-wise, the US is the biggest military power, and China, they have a big deficit compared to Russia and China. Let me wrap up the issues in the Islamic world. Let me briefly talk about them. There is a need for a multipolar system, but can you count China as one of the polar points? That's a bit of that's too far a push, and Russia likewise, because they are standalone countries. You got the Belarus, but China just has North Korea. For them to be called a pole, you need a polar structure. Around it, you need a set of states around it. But let's assume that they are one of the poles, but they are not forces that can stop US adequately. So you need big forces. And the Islamic world, can it create a new pole, a new polarity? And how will it succeed in this? Does it have potential? Yes. Wealth-wise, resources, energy. In Kazakhstan, for instance, uranium, it is number one in terms of uranium, because it holds 30% of the world uranium quantity. It's got enough oil reserves, 30 billion is good. Natural gas, energy-wise, is good. Gulf countries, as we always say, they are the world energy hub. Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Qatar, UAE, and they, both in natural gas and oil, they hold 50% of the world energy. So they control a huge amount of wealth. So when you look at the Islamic countries, there's a there are serious resources. They've got Central Asian, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan. Turkmenistan ranks number 4th when it comes to natural gas reserves. Russia, Iran, Qatar, and Turkmenistan. It is the number 4 natural gas resources across the world. So Uzbekistan, production-wise, it's not bad. It's in the top 5. So therefore, the countries, the resources that these countries have, and when you look at it objectively, there's one thing missing, and that is defense. Because one day in the world, even if you have everything, if your defense industry is not strong, you cannot create an independent security policy. So the US or the arms-providing, arms-selling countries, will prevent you from using your weapons towards your allies, like Muslim countries, basic problem is this. For the West, this could be less of a problem, but still it's a problem for them because the US's aggressive behavior or stance or arrogant behavior towards the NATO countries also left them concerned for their safety, and we know how much they help Ukraine. So from a Muslim country standpoint, this is more of a big issue. So Turkey has covered a significant distance there. Right now it ranks number 11 in terms of exporting arms and weapons, and we're rising real fast. And in this sense, we're expecting and hoping that it attains the capabilities to meet the requirements of the Muslim world, because from Turkey's standpoint, acting with the Muslim world is a priority objective, and the Muslim world regards Turkey as an important supplier, because in the present day, reliable vendors is a concept that we keep discussing about, both in terms of techno infrastructure and also rare metals. We're talking about this, and also in terms of defense requirements or security requirements. Reliable providers or vendors is what everyone is looking for. So for the Muslim world, they need to be the defense providers of each other. And so when you look at it in that regard, we've got our own internal vulnerabilities, domestic issues among ourselves, we've got concerns and anxieties, and if we can solve that, that is going to increase. This is possible by increasing communication and diplomacy. We need to meet more, we need to talk more, so that we can erase our suspicions about each other, or at least minimize them. The development of Turkey and Egypt relations, I see it positive, because Egypt needs Turkey and Turkey needs Egypt. So the prejudices in the Middle East need to be wiped, erased, and this is going to ensure that the solidarity will progress. We need to remain hopeful and optimistic, and we wish that we will continue seeing positive developments in this regard, and thank you very much.
Açık, tamam. Kıymetli hocam.
Distinguished Professor, thank you very much. Of course, I could add a short note to what the professor said. We are working closely with my brother. He has been studying the state mechanism since the time of Uruk. And during my years during our studies, we agree on one thing. If empires fail to move on the right foundation, it first corrupts the founding nation. Of course, the US or Europe cannot be expected to corrupt themselves, but the Phoenicians, but they have not been ruling those territories for 1,000 years. Or the Egypt has not been ruled by Egyptians for 1,000 years, because they outsourced all of their skills to other nations, and they lost their skills. And for 1,000 years they have been trying to regain those skills. And as the grandchildren of the Ottomans, we suffer from the same thing. Hopefully we will be able to repair those skills that have been corrupted. So I wanted to underline that inspiring part of your presentation. And you have served as the member of the parliament. You have been in the political life, Dr. Said Azam. This is our last speaker. The floor is yours.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته كنتم خير أمة أخرجت للناس تأمرون
بالمعروف وتنحون عن المنكر
You are the most auspicious.
Assam, respected scholars, leaders of the community, my dear brothers and sisters, Alhamdulillah, we are here today discussing a very crucial and important topics that relates to the Muslim. The whole day today we have been discussing about the challenges faced by Muslim. We discussed about the changing pattern of the geopolitics that are moving at a very, very fast pace. We look and analyze upon the role of Muslim countries, the importance, strategic Muslim countries all over the world. We realize the importance of Muslim countries that are located all over the world. I would like to take this opportunity to self-reflect. Time is not on our side. Looking at things that is happening around the world are on the brink of a third world war. The world are on the brink of a nuclear war, whether we like it or not. Three key players are the United States, i.e. the Zionists, China has been mentioned, and also Russia. These are the three key players, my dear brothers and sisters. But let us reflect upon the Muslim world. What is happening to the Muslim world? Are we playing the blame game? Keep on repeating what is happening throughout the Muslim world? From morning till evening, we are talking about Palestine. From morning till evening, we are talking about Sudan. From morning till evening, we are talking about the conflict in Libya, the conflict in Syria, the conflict in Iraq, the conflict in Lebanon. We have a long list of conflict that is happening in the Muslim world. Where did we went wrong, my dear brothers? Where did the Muslim Ummah went wrong? Where is the kuntum khayra ummatin ukhrijat linnas? We can have hundreds or maybe thousands of conferences. We can have a tiger paper resolution, but it does not change what is going on in the Muslim world today. Muslim world are so fragmented. You look upon what is happening in Libya, it is divided into two. You look upon what is happening in Lebanon, it's divided maybe into two or three. What is happening in Syria, it might be divided into 3 or 4. What is going on in Sudan, it might be, most probably it will be divided into 3 or 4. Why this can happen, my dear brothers and sisters? I remember, Sheikh, maybe 20 years ago, when I was young, Shabab, Mujahid Najmuddin al-Barkan. I still remember what he said. 1.5 million Muslim, 1.5 billion Muslim today are waiting for the Ababil birds to destroy 5 million Zionist Israel. What did Mujahid Najmuddin al-Barkan said? I swear to God, wallahi, I swear to God, if the Ababil birds come, the stone will fall on these munafiqin Muslim leaders, not on the Zionists. This is what that is happening around the Muslim world today. Let us face the reality. Enough of the academic study and structure. Let us face the reality today. The strategic and the real case is what is happening in Palestine. We are hopeless. We are helpless. We are looking at live stream the killings and the brutality that is happening in Palestine. What can we do? Nothing. Muslim leaders are subjected to the Abrahamic Accord. So shameful, my dear brothers and sisters. So shameful. They are bowing to the Zionist Israel with the Abrahamic Accord. Nobody dares to open their mouths. Not many leaders, not many academicians dares to open their mouths. And we can understand that, but that are the reality that we are facing today. So dear brothers, dear sisters, let this conference be a platform for facing the realities ahead. I fully support what is being entrusted by Assam to bring back the unity and the strength of the Ummah. We don't have any choice. Muslims don't have other choice except coming back to the unity of the Ummah in fighting the realities that we are facing today. I am an academician. For many years, I've been writing lots and lots of academic papers. But today, the realities on the ground, the political and the geopolitics are changing at a very, very fast pace. If Muslims cannot adapt, cannot prepare to these realities, we will see another genocide in another country apart what is going on in Palestine, what is going on in Sudan and other countries. So what can we do? Now what can we do, dear participant? My humble suggestion today is basically, at least among the intellectual, among the academicians of the world, in the Muslim world, they have to come together to craft out, to bring out a common purpose of the future of the Muslim Ummah. If a small section of Zionist academicians can plan for their own country, why not 1.9 billion Muslim Ummah and maybe the millions of academicians, Muslim academicians, with their creative mind and also intellectuality, they can bring together something that will benefit the Ummah in reality. I hope that this conference is not the first and the last, but my dear leaders of Assam, I pray that whatever resolution that we make from this conference is something that is practical and workable, something that will benefit the Ummah who are in dire straits, in need of help, yet we are so helpless in helping them. Wallahu alam. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your speech.
Gerçekten çok
Indeed,
siyaset şeyiyle olunca
since you have a background in politics, you spoke very enthusiastically, and I hope we can create a synergy just like you proposed. And as we were discussing with Ensar Nishancı, he said something very nice. Sometimes we discuss these concepts, and it was very valuable. Energy can be in one place, but to create a synergy, you need something else as well. You need multiple components to create synergy between them. So I believe these congresses and these symposiums are very valuable to bring together the intellectuals of the Muslim world. Of course, we see what's happening on the other side. We know what they are discussing as well. So I think we need to march together. And hopefully, you talked about the Abraham Accords. I believe Abraham and Ibrahim, as you know, Solomon the Magnificent wrote La ilaha illallah, Ibrahim Halilullah on the gates of the masjid, and that Abraham was a different Abraham, because Trump said, I like saying Abraham, and I think that's a very important intellectual differentiation. And when talking about Abraham, inshallah we will be able to revive the Ibrahim that is more familiar with our tradition, and hopefully we will be able to close this session on time, because there will be more sessions to follow. I really enjoyed this session. Of course, it was important to be able to talk about concepts here, because we don't find these opportunities too often. So our speeches were not too simple to follow, but I don't think anyone expected us to speak in a way that a 13-year-old would understand. Thank you very much for your attention, and I would like to thank Assam, the president, and our professors. Thank you so much. We would like to thank the moderator, the historian and sociologist İsmail Öz, for his speech. Mr. Said Azman bin Sayed Ahmad Nawawi, thank you so much, because I believe we forgot some things, and you strongly reminded us the things that we forgot. And Rector of Kütahya Dumlupınar University, Professor Süleyman Kızıltoprak, I believe he left. Thank you so much. Uludağ University, Head of the Department of International Relations, Professor Tayyar Arı, and Qatar University faculty member, Dr. Edward Omar Moat. Thank you very much. And International Balkan University Rector, Professor Lütfi Sunar, who has also left. We would also like to thank him. So we will be pausing for a short coffee break. This will be a 20-minute break, so we will be back at 4:50. So this is a break for coffee and namaz prayers, and we will be back after the break.
Kongre benim değil lütfen.
Dışarıda çok duyulmuyor. Oraya adam yollamanız lazım.
Yolladım ama
Dışarısı daha cazip. Yiyecekler var galiba.
Sabri Bey kartınız varsa biz alabilir miyiz? Tamam. Evet çok iyi olur. Evet, bekliyorum. Yaptım. Hocam siz de lütfen söyleyin. Kıymetli konuklar, mola süremiz sona ermiştir.
Distinguished guests, the break time is over. Please be kindly seated.
Hocam bu kaydediyor. Dear guests, our break is over. Please take your seats in the conference salon. Kıymetli konuklar, mola süremiz sona ermiştir. Lütfen salondaki yerlerimizi alalım. Ali Bey başlıyorum. Başlıyorum. Değerli konuklar, kıymetli delegatler.
Distinguished guests and delegates.
Türkestan bölgesi krizlerine çözüm arayışı kongremizin zirve konuşmaları ile
Our summit continues with the summit speeches. Our next speaker is Mr. Yasir El Najjar from Al Jazeera, Al Arabiya TV and strategist. The floor is yours.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. الشكر لمركز أسام صاحب الفضل في
I would like to thank Assam for bringing this nice community, nice group together. We heard about their experiences. There are participants from different countries, and I would like to thank the president and everyone who have helped the organization, and I would like to thank our host, Sabahattin Zaim University, and I would like to everyone who have supported and participated in this great event. And we here find the opportunity to discuss why we are walking around the same paths, why We cannot change anything with the outcomes of our efforts. Syria is a turning point for us. When we look at the history of Syria, it has a very old history. It rests between two rivers, and it also sits in the East Mediterranean region. We have Aleppo, which is a very ancient city, and Damascus. Similarly, it dates back to the very old times, and we are talking about a culture that was created in very ancient times, particularly everyone turned against Ottomans, and Syria became a colony of France. In 1950s, Syria saw a very short time of democracy. There were elections in the 1950s. 7 or 8 political parties from the left and the right wing participated in the elections. There was the Shahab al-Watan party. However, when we look at the history, military coups took control of Syria again, and in 1963, the Ba'ath party executed a coup, and the family of Assad took control of the power, and in the year 2000, Hafiz Assad's son, Bashar Assad, came to office, and the people of Syria left without a memory about what happened in the past, and in the construction of Syria, they were left out. The civil society organizations, the parties, and the other associations could not be organized, and the corruption was so bad that the people were desperate. They thought Syria could not be awakened anymore. Everyone seized their hopes about change. Currently, they were in the same situation that the peoples of the Middle East are in now. In the 1980s and 90s, when we were arrested, we went through the same process. As the young people, we thought nothing could be changed anymore. During the time of Abdulaziz, a revolution took place in Tunisia, and the young people made a revolution because they did not have any fears. Because the young generation did not know about the prisons, and they wanted to challenge the seas and the waves. And the Syrian people followed suit, and they started the Syrian revolution. And there were some interventions in the Syrian revolution. And before 2025, everyone thought the ship would not find any safe haven now, but after the political turmoil and as a proper analysis of Syria, we can find a good opportunity. Sometimes you can turn the crisis into an opportunity. Instead of asking how we can resolve the crisis, we need to ask how we can turn the crisis into an opportunity. If you think outside the absolutism, when you start thinking differently, you can put an end to a 50-year-old regime.
هذا جانب يجب يعني أن
This is what happened. People stopped believing that the wall could not be taken down, and they took the wall down with our faith in Allah, with our faith in the young people. Despite all odds, we believed that things could change. So we saw that what we thought was impossible could be possible. I used to live in Damascus. This Syria, new Syria, is the newborn. It needs care. To create a state that we dream of. It's not just about Syria. For all Muslim societies, the same is applicable. Everyone is looking at Syria and they are concerned for this newborn child. So due to this fear, they cannot do much. So the hopes for success in Syria does not only rely on Syrians, it relies on everyone. The people of Syria, the politicians in Syria should benefit from the Muslim Ummah. All politicians, scholars should support this process so that Syria can be a model. Yes, Syria can be a model for the solution of many problems. I'm talking about the future of the Ummah. I'm not talking about a project. I am talking about the points that may shed light on the future of the Muslim Ummah. Currently, as of September 8th, new conditions emerged. The political process has not been completed, but there is a spirit of confrontation among Syrians. The people have a sense of responsibility and they want to do something. And the people of And as you know, the Syrians, they don't have any financial resources. There are no state institutions. There is only a country that is rife with problems and traps. We just focus on human resources. But you know, many people have been displaced from Syria with forced migration as a result of the bombs dropped by Bashar al-Assad. So young generations have moved these capacities to other countries and they have gained new experiences, new relationships, new languages in these countries. My son can speak 4 languages. In the past, no Syrian could speak 4 languages, but now we have Syrians who can speak German, French, Turkish, or any other language. So there is an immense human capital. When they go back to Syria, they will create an infrastructure. So Syrians should go back to their countries. But this is not just the responsibility of the Syrian people and the Syrian government. To build an infrastructure, we need other people as well, civil society organizations. The Islamic organizations, they should all step in to cover the gaps that they can fill in. To change the society, Turkey and Malaysia and the countries in the Islamic world which have experience in this area can contribute. So Syria can also benefit from their experiences. I believe that the Syrian people will quickly tap into these opportunities, and I believe this will help many migrants to go back to Syria. I believe all Syrian people want to make sure that this experience culminates in success, but there is no infrastructure. There is we only need some keys for development so that we can push the door ajar.
مؤتمر يعني الدول الإسلامية أن يكون هناك تجمع
The Islamic countries have this spirit of unity, and in this spirit, against this spirit, Israel tries to divide Syria. They have these projects to divide Syria. Syria is devastated. It has no weapons. For 15 years, it has been devastated. In military terms, it cannot confront Israel. So it cannot stand alone against Syria, against Israel. It needs support from the members of the Organization of Islamic Countries. With this organization, Syria can be a deterrent against Israel. There is the old colonialist system in which the British and French governments failed. They tried to destroy all these peoples, and they tried to exploit this region. But there is a new approach, new perspective. The U.S. knows that. This region is not a continuation of the former colonies, but it wants to exploit Syria with new arguments. The U.S. does not want to be seen as a continuation of the former colonialists, so it comes with a new project. So there are some benefits that have emerged. When you look at the relationship between Trump and Erdogan and his friendship with King bin Salman, we see that the U.S. has economic interests in this region. They are thinking about a transit zone in Syria. There is a country that has been devastated, that does not have any infrastructure, but it is a connection point between East and the West, and it is a bridge between Europe and East Mediterranean. So not only Syria, but also the other regional countries have been prioritized by the U.S. now, because the U.S. wants to seize the access of China to the region. And thanks to the financial support of Turkey, Syria can tap into this opportunity. And Israel is a continuation of the former colony, because it is the former colonialists that want to continue doing it. They have an influence over Israel, so not economically but politically. But Israel is afraid because there is a new project. They will maybe Israel will not be as important as it was in the past. But you cannot just look at the restricted resources in one country. If you can use the resources in other countries, you can discover many opportunities. I was a part of the Idlib government, and the government did not have any resources, and Turkey said, we will only help you in terms of security because you are in the zone of terrorism. Now, at the United Nations General Assembly, there was a speech that was made. There are projects, there are partnerships emerging very rapidly. And in 2017, the same government accused us of terrorism, but we were able to come together with this government on the basis of interests. So we will be taking this opportunity, and if the Islamic countries have this will to help Syria develop, we can see a new Syria. The new Syria is not just about exporting interests. It will help all stakeholders for establishing relations with all parties. In international terms, Syria will try to have good relationships with all countries, and it will build relationships on the basis of respect and mutual benefits. And Syria wants to be a model so that the Syrian people can rise from their ashes. And as a Muslim society, it will be an opportunity for them. We are just looking at one thing. In all Islamic countries, people should come and learn the Arabic language and learn about the culture. And our university students should study at the Islam universities in their countries, and they can get an experience to build a government in Sudan, maybe. But it will not be like the same system as before. It will not ignore the people. And I don't see any young people in this room. However, the young people will be in governments of these countries in the future. So we need to bring together the past experiences with the experiences of the present time. We often study strategic issues. This is why we need to have young people with awareness here. We need young people who will embark in politics. And this is our mistake, not theirs, because we need to retain them. We need to make sure that they are influenced by us. They are not influenced by Al Jazeera or the TV stations. They are more influenced by the social media, and they can influence others via social media. So we need a collaboration. The young people we need to bring together the new minds of the young people with the old minds of the past experiences. Thank you.
Kıymetli konuşma.
We would like to thank Al Jazeera Al Arabiya TV strategist Mr. Yasir Al Najjar for his kind speech. And now we have Erzurum Atatürk University's rector, Professor Ahmet Hacı Müftüoğlu, to deliver his speech. Yes, sir. Distinguished rectors, Assam's distinguished executives, protocol members, scientific world representatives, dear guests, dear ladies and gentlemen. I would like to greet you all with my deepest love and respect in this meaningful Congress. We are here together with the scientists sharing the same ideal, which makes me very happy. The Assam Strategic Research Center is holding the 9th edition of the Crises Congress, which shed lights on one of the biggest issues, because we are addressing Europe and Central Asia, Turkestan, Islam State's crisis, and the search theme is the issue of the joint humanity, because we know that crises, just like the cases between borders, they are experienced between minds and mentalities. In the present day world, political or military tensions are experienced, and knowledge, we see a disinformation, humanitarian values are eroded, and solving the crisis and understanding their intellectual reasons is very important. We see in different regions of the world many instabilities. Most of them are due to lack of justice. In a place where there is no justice, you cannot have trust, and where there is no trust, you cannot have peace of mind or development or welfare. And this is the foundation philosophy, defending justice. Defending justice is defending humanity. And as the Atatürk University, we believe in the transformative power of science, because academic production, when it's coupled with research, it's a justice-centered responsibility. And the foundation philosophy of our university is to serve science for the service of humanity and to make science the voice of conscience. And with this approach, Atatürk University uses its research centers and has many multiple diverse studies. There is a Eurasian Silk Road University's research center. We've got academic networks, and these are the strong examples of science diplomacy. These are covering India, Malaysia, China, Mongolia, and Morocco are the places where the meetings were held. And the second is the Central East and the Middle East, Caucasus. Cultural, political ties are approached with an interdisciplinary approach to connect, to strengthen our ties. And there are 10 academics and 10 students are sent to these countries. And we also accept 10 students and Al-Quds Studies and Implementation Center. So it's not focusing on one region, but this concerns the conscience of all humanity, and we're trying to address it with sensitivity and science. And also Turkey-Africa Relations Research Center will be built. We have completed our preparations and submitted to the Supreme Education Board. So the knowledge that is generated is not only an academic know-how, but it's also a bridge. It's building a bridge between civilizations, and our university has over 7,000 international students with academic exchange programs and with joint research networks. It extends from Europe to Central Asia to Africa, and it's a competent academic power. Distinguished guests, at a global scale, one of the dependency areas that is becoming deeper is now this is a special area, pharma and biotechnology sector, and this area is affecting the sustainability of the health systems, and it is directly affecting the strategic independence of our countries. As the Atatürk University, we are acting with this awareness, and local drugs, vaccines, and biotechnology production is, we're taking steps to contribute to the national vision of our country. With the decision of the President Recep Tayyip Erdogan, within our university, we have founded Drugs, Pharma and Vaccines and Biotechnology Institute in May. So this is going to reduce the foreign dependency of Turkey and to be the pioneer country in biotechnical innovations. And with the support of the Ministry of Health, drug raw material production facilities will be built. We have initiated the relevant activities. With these two strategic steps, the Atatürk Technical University is going to be the pioneer of our scientific independence. Dear guests, one of the scientific diplomacy is what the world needs, and scientific authorities, how they can undertake diplomatic relationships is covered by this concept. And as the Atatürk University, we act with this understanding, and we're integrating these collaborations with a regional peace vision, and we try to build a strong bridge between humanitarian efforts and diplomacy. And this effort is fully compatible with Assam's vision, because Assam is striving to ensure that the Muslim countries can merge under one common mill to develop collaboration mechanisms and to contribute to a world order that is justice-centered. And this thought is the responsibility to preserve the joint future of humanity, and European and Turkestan geography is the intersection point of the civilizations, and it has been a stage for the powers and the political separations, energy tensions, identity conflicts that we see, as well as the migration movements, demonstrate to us not only the political crisis but humanitarian fractures. But Farabi's wisdom, Yusuf Haçabi's justice, Ahmet Yasevi's wisdom, and Yunus Emre's tolerance are embodied on those lands. So this rich inheritance, our biggest intellectual pillar against these conflicts, we need to remember them, interpret them with the language of the vision, and a scientific-based justice vision and unity, information and awareness or consciousness are our axis for shaping this, because a society that is strengthened with knowledge, a state that rises with justice, and humanity that is shaped with mercy is possible. And therefore our university is focusing on the consciousness of civilization as a thought area. We are continuing in this regard. And dear guests, we are here together not only to discuss crisis, but we are going to talk about justice, solidarity, and to rebuild hope. So with this opportunity, I would like to thank the esteemed executives of Assam, all the entities and scientists and participants. I would like to extend them my heartfelt thanks. And Atatürk University Blends is determined to strengthen brotherhood with education. So hopefully this Congress is going to guide tomorrow's hopes, not only today's crisis, and I would like to end this with love and respect. We would like to thank the Erzurum Atatürk University Rector, Professor Ahmet Hacı Müftüoğlu, for this hopeful and inspiring speech. And now I would like to invite Sakarya University's Rector, Professor Hamza Al. He has an excuse, he cannot come. The next professor, is he here? Professor Şehmuz. And now I would like to invite Gaziantep Islam Science and Technology University Rector, Professor Şehmuz Demir.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Öncelikle
to begin with, Assam Chair, President Melih Tanrıverdi and Ensar Nishancı, I would like to thank them for this excellent and strategic organization. And beyond this protocol speech, this is what I'm saying this sincerely, because in the international area, you are generating ideas about Ummah, and you're trying to come back solution recommendations, and we are following this with interest. So I would like to thank them in your presence, and I would like to thank everyone who have come from overseas and on local, and I would like to thank everyone for being here. And Central Asia and Europe solution recommendations are discussed, but because I'm coming from Gaziantep, Europe is too far away to us compared to you. So if I talk about Middle East, it's going to be better. So it's going to be a difference and a color. And I'm not going to take too much of your time. Let me tell you that as well. Now we are surrounded, particularly the Central Asian countries. They are a ball of fire. here, and we need to break down, we need to think outside the box, and we need to write new scenarios, and we need to generate new ideas. Otherwise, we are facing a very strong and big wall. So in the strategic sense, just like in this meeting, we need to come more and we need to talk more. When we look at the countries around us, for instance, Iran, look at it. In 1980s, Iran underwent an Islamic revolution, and in a matter of 45 years, I just came back a few months ago, there's a detachment from being religious, and the religious in Turkey, I thought they were moving away from religion much faster than the other Arabic countries, but in Iran, multiply this by 5 or 10. So this is how the youngs are. I'm not talking about getting away from being Shiites or Sunnis. They are getting away from religion, and they are admiring the West and the US, and I wanted to emphasize this particularly. Mullahs are no longer reputable individuals. Poverty is significantly on the rise, and people without head covers, they can easily walk around in the streets, and they can talk against the mullahs everywhere in the streets and markets. So this is outside what we have seen a few years ago. So Iran is as I explained. Iraq is, like you all know, you will remember, we will all remember, Iraq was freed of a dictator, and the individuals were freed, and they had chemical weapons, and this constituted a threat for the other countries. Who wrote this scenario? To read this Islamic community, there are significant tips and clues. Colin Powell, as you remember, in 2003, in the United Nations Security Council, they talked about Iraq having chemical threats and weapons, and this paved the path for Iraq's occupation. And that was the lie of the century, actually. And the press took that lie and marketed it, and the politics not only legitimized war, but they also marketed. And this lie, in 2003, it paved the path of Iraq's occupation, followed by Iraq's collapse. And 2 years later, Colin Powell admitted to the fact that there were no chemical weapons. 500,000 civilians died, and 4 million internal and external migrations took place, and Iraq is still in an economic and political crisis. And those who wrote this scenario, they weren't subjected to any sanctions at all. And of course, as for Syria, the Syrian professor explained it just now. So as for Syria, Syria is a very important country, both for Middle East countries, for Islamic countries, and for Turkey. A few sentences to understand it. Napoleon says, if you control Syria, you control the heart of Syria. And Ibn Khaldun says Syria is the heart of the Islamic world. And Churchill says Syria is the key to the Middle East, and it's a big power, and no one can control the world without controlling Syria. And Kissinger says Syria is the laboratory of history. All these are important quotes, of course. And Syria, the Babels, Akkads, and Pars, Greek, Christianity, Islam, there was a constant civilization change. Asia, Africa, and is the intersection point. But just like in Syria, there were over 500,000 civilians, people that died, and about 300,000 losses, 240,000 losses, and 21,000 children with the fathers unknown. And many countries have goals and targets about Syria, naturally. Turkey, Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, the US, and Israel. Saudi Arabia didn't accept one single refugees, but they are trying to be influential in Syria. So, in summary, this is what I want to say. In the region, there are 4 effective countries: Turkey, Iran, Saudi Arabia, and Egypt. Egypt's influence area is reduced. Saudi Arabia and United Arab Emirates supported Egypt, but then they want to withdraw this support, and the regional countries, unfortunately, are very vulnerable and weak. So Turkey is the only country that is left standing among all these countries, and Israel is headed towards a suicide no matter what. You know, I'm not trying to make a motto, and I'm not trying to be a hero by saying this. There's a strong reaction. I'm not trying to be a chauvinist. There was a hatred in the Islam world, and number 3, outside the Islam world, there's a big hatred, and also domestically, they are against it. It won't be easy for Israel to overcome all of these. And also from Israel, because of Palestine, people used to hate and be angry. Right now, all the regional countries, they deem Israel as an open and direct threat from Israel. This is a first. And in the international system, the current state is not simple cracks, but these are real and established transformation that represent big fault lines. After the new Syria, Turkey has become a much more strategic country, and for the opportunity that has not been seen for a century is in front of the Islam world. The values of the Western world, democracy and human rights understanding, management and philosophy is on the collapse, and we're at a transition phase. And if we manage to make good use of this opportunity, we can explain Islam to the world once again. One of the main issues of the Islamic world is that life and religion are detached from each other. For 2 centuries, this has been written a lot in the books. For 2 centuries, we're talking about why the Islamic world has been left behind, but this was a wrong question to begin with. Why we didn't recommend a moral-centric system to the rest of the world, because being left behind was always based on technology, and the Holy Quran is actually a moral discourse and a moral teaching. Because we couldn't develop a moral system that is based on Quran, it is the individual feeling Allah during worship. It is merely reduced to leaving Allah and overlooking or neglecting Allah in the rest of his life, and this naturally, of course, leads to a moral collapse and secularism. So what we need to tell the world that Islam is a system of morals that covers the entire humanity. And we are, language, color, race are all independent, or sects are independent. A new system that is morality based, a new discourse needs to be developed. And thank you very much for listening to me. We would like to thank the Gaziantep Science, Islam and Technology University Rector, Professor Sheikh Muzdemir. And the last speaker is Macedonia Tetova Kalkandelen University, Professor Süleyman Baki. Yes, sir. From Macedonia Tetova.
Euzubillahimineşşeytanirracim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Hamd alemlerin Rabbi olan Allah'a salat ve selam Efendimiz'e.
May Allah's blessings be upon you, distinguished guests, dear participants, and all the attendees. Assam has organized this organization between the November 8 and 9, and in Istanbul, the European and Asian International Congress seeking solutions to the Europe and Central Asia region crisis. Thank you for inviting me to this Congress. I would like to thank Assam Chairman Melih Tanrıverdi, and also accordingly I would like to thank Professor Ensar Nishancı, and I would like to thank my professor, my brother, my colleague, my classmate Ahmet Bayındır, and the entire organization team. And I am coming from Skopje, from the land of the conquerors, and I am in Turkey for a week. First of all, together with Melih, we joined the Islamic Communities meeting in Edirne. It was a good meeting, and afterwards we were in Istanbul, and we went to the Balkans Religion Education in the Balkans workshop organized by the General Directorate of the Ministry of National Education, and here I am, and thank you very much for your invitation. I'm going to brief. I'm coming from Skopje. I was born and raised there, and I went to Bursa Imam Hatip and Bursa Theology and my PhD, and I completed my PhD in Skopje and Üsküp, and I went to Kalkandelen, that is or Tetova with its official name, but we call it Kalkandevan. That's at 45 kilometers. It's the Tetova Kalkandelen University. I'm working at the philosophy faculty. It used to be called Şarkiyat, that is Orientalistica, but now I'm a professor of Eastern languages, and I'm the head of the department. I'm here, and Professor Yusuf Zeynel is our rector, and Hursi Mahmoudi are our dean, and I would like to bring their greetings. Professor Adnan Ismail, our former head of department, he would like to extend his greetings to you as well. And of course, such a meeting being held in Istanbul, you know, it was the capital city of the Ottomans, and in the dreams of a person from the Rumeli land is of special importance. Our pilgrims went to Istanbul first, and then they went to pilgrimage. A second issue, so being held in Istanbul is important, and also the venue where this meeting is being called. Two Rumeli individuals' names are reminded to us. The university's name is given by Professor Sabahattin Zaim, and we would may his soul rest in peace. And as you know, our late professor was born in the Ishtip town of Macedonia, and then he came to Skopje, Üsküp, and the madrasa in Step. He helped enhance it, and he held conferences, organized conferences coming to Macedonia. So with this opportunity, I would like to, may Allah's blessings be upon his soul, in Professor Sabahattin Zaim. In this historical building, there are, Rumeli is proud of the poet of the national anthem. He was a student at veterinarian school, and he is also from our land, and may they rest in heaven. Üsküp, Skopje, and when we talk about Üsküp and Balkans, they are an indispensable part of Anatolia. Like we try to tell in different occasions, if we resemble it to a bird, it's like two wings of a bird. There is Anatolia on one hand and Rumelia, or the Balkans, on the other wing. The Balkans and Rumeli lands
Osmanlı Devleti'nin
They were
adeta
Ottoman states portal opening to Europe.
öncesinde tabii
And before that,
Doğu ile Batı arasındaki
it was both the commercial, economical, and political relations between the East and West. Our lands was a bridge. Our geography constitute a bridge, and of course, all the speakers have mentioned it. And of course, the agenda is the Middle East, and it is very important. And Palestine and Gaza, they are hurting us, and I would like to. The bloodshed there, Palestine and Gaza, and the individuals who have been martyred there. I hope they are in paradise, they are in heaven, and we hope that they will get their sovereignty. And the people of Rumeli in Middle East, Masjid al-Aqsa and Gaza, they have always been careful about this, and they have also always loved this. And the people of Rumeli and the Balkan people, it's always a deep wound, and it's a sorrow and it's a sadness which I want to indicate here. And the Skopje and around surroundings, for those who live in Istanbul, please forgive me. I am a son-in-law of a family from Istanbul, but before Istanbul, they were under the protection of the Ottoman state, because Üsküp was conquered in 1391, and Sultan Murat Hüdavendigar'da was martyred during the Kosovo War. It was in 1389, and these are dates before the conquest of Istanbul in 1453. Now, why I'm telling this? Our ancestors, İştip, Saloniki, Manastır, Skodra, Sarajevo, Saraybosna, and Sofia, Komotini, Gümülcine, İskeçe. These geographies were of special importance for our ancestors. And the Muslim Turkish tribes that were placed there in that geography, both in the religion, economic, and political sense, they played important roles. And Ömer Lütfü Barkan, the late Ömer, the colonizing Turkish dervishes, in their letter, in that book, though I don't agree with the title, the issue that he talked about is in the Rumeli geography, the Islam and Turkish presence, the Ottoman Empire's policies were instrumental, and the context of that area and the individuals who also, we are called Evladı Fatihan, that is the sons of the conquerors. It's not a coincidence. And then others needed to migrate here, and our families, thousands and millions, we are the grandchildren of the conquerors. So we are trying to live our religion, faith, identity, personality. We are trying to maintain that, and we are trying to keep it alive. And the Balkans, as you know, it was since 1912, they had to leave the protection of the Ottoman Empire, which is a sad issue. And starting from that day, the First Balkan War, Second Balkan War, the First World War, Second World War, in the Dardanelles, and the Yemeni War, and then the communist regimes that were built after that, both in Yugoslavia and Bulgaria, as well as other Rumeli geographies. They were, when it came to the extinction of the Muslim identity, they shed blood, and they had massacres, and they destroyed the historical monuments, and they destroyed our identity, our presence, our existence, and they went to that level, and it was a very heavy policy that they followed.
And despite that, in Rumeli, azan still is heard. Despite that, in Rumeli, the culture of Islam, the civilization of Islam still lives on. see about Skopje, Evliya Çelebi tells in his travel book, he says, there are 125 mosques and masjids, and then we look at the statistics, we see there are more than 20 tekka and more than 12 madrasa. In Nefsi Üsküp, those institutions were there. It's just Skopje. Just from that you can understand how important that region was, how our ancestors valued the Balkans. And there were khans and hammams and bridges and educational institutions, cultural institutions. There was the language, there was an understanding. They invested heavily in those areas, you can imagine. From this perspective, the Balkans are no other territory. It's not an ordinary territory. In the last 25 years, starting with the war in Bosnia, with the massacres that took place, and Bosnians speak a similar language with the Serbs, but they were Muslims. And when they were massacred, the Serbians said, "We are killing you because you are Muslims." It's sad that the same thing is happening in Gaza and Sudan. The genocides in these regions show the same thing. When you look at the history of the Balkans, you see Professor Ivanov, former president of Macedonia, said, if there were 4 centuries of peace in the Balkans, which was called Pax Ottomana, this region, this period was only possible thanks to the rule of the Turks and the Ottomans, and the Balkans still yearn for that peace. And today, earlier, the International Balkan University rector, my professor Lütfi Sunar, also mentioned this. The Republic of Turkey and the Turkish people, with their universities and institutions, with TİKA, Yunus Emre and Marif institutions, the Diyanet institution, all together supported and offered important services in the Balkans, and this should be continued. And when doing that, they work closely with the organizations in the region, particularly the Islamic unions in Macedonia, Kosovo, Albania, which is unfortunately controlled by the Fethullahist terror organization. So these institutions have a closer relationship, more strategic relationship with the Diyanet. Currently they do that, but it should be made more strategically. It should be done more strategically. Now, with the Turkish students, we have students from the region like Albanians, Bosnians, Romans, studying at our religious schools, and the efforts should be conducted more carefully in this area. Foundation, Vakıf activities are important. There are local Vakıfs that are organizing local activities in Macedonia, Bulgaria, Bosnia, Montenegro, Greece, and Western Thrace. The activities of the Vakıfs is very important. As I mentioned in the meeting in Edirne, we need to have activities that is inclusive of them, not excluding them. In this sense, the government, the state institutions are more sensitive. TİKA and Marif Foundation and Yunus Emre Foundation, they organize joint activities with the local organizations. But some foundations and associations from Turkey should work with the associations and foundations in those regions, in Macedonia and other countries in in Rumeli, and they should take into consideration the sensitivities of these regions. They should not put up barriers to these institutions, but support them.
Üniversiteler noktasında
And universities. Of course, we have private universities and public universities.
Kalkandelen, Tetova
There is the Kalkandelen Tetova University in Macedonia, which is supported by the state. It is the second largest university supported by the government. It has approximately 20,000 students. It was established in 1999, but the government did not recognize the university. After some internal conflict, after 2001, the government officially recognized the university, and currently we have departments like medicine, law, education, Eastern studies in various faculties. We have students from Turkey as well. In the past, we had more students actually, so this may be a call to action. Inshallah, we will see more students from Turkey, not only in our university, but at the universities in Skopje and in other countries, so that they can get to know Rumeli and the Balkan region, because Rumeli is a sacred territory. It has it is home to many prominent figures like Mehmet Akif Ersoy and Namık Kemal and many others. In this region, we need to preserve our religion, our culture, and our civilization. I would like to thank you for giving me this opportunity to share my opinions with you. I would like to thank Assad. As the son of Rumeli, I would like to share my greetings from Rumeli, from Evlad Fatihan. I entrust you with Allah, and I would be happy to host you in Skopje in Macedonia at the first opportunity. Thank you very much. We would like to thank you very much for this meaningful speech, Professor Süleyman Baki from Tetova Kalkandelen University, Macedonia. I know you are tired. Distinguished guests, distinguished professors.
Zirve konuşmaları bölümünde sundukları derin analiz.
We would like to thank our panelists and speakers for offering us valuable insights during the summit speeches part. As a token of acknowledgement, we would like to present plaques to our speakers. Professor Ensari Shancı, the coordinator of international relations at Assam, will be joining us now. Now, Dr. Said Azman bin Sayed Ahmed Nawawi will be receiving his plaque now.
Thank you very much for everything, yeah? Okay, yes, what else? Thank you very much.
Bir sonrakini çağırıyorum ben, tamam.
Thank you very much. Okay,
Hani nerede? Nerede? Göremedim.
kendisini biliyorum.
Ama yok, o yüzden davet edeceğim de.
İnşallah.
Ben atlıyorum, siz bulursanız.
Thank you very much.
Doktor Said Azman bin Said Ahmed.
Dr. Sayed Azman bin Sayed Ahmed Nawawi, thank you very much for your valuable contributions. Dr. Edward Omar Moad, please join us on the stage to receive your plaque.
Thank you for your contribution.
Dr. Edward Omar Muat.
Dr. Edward Omar Mohat, thank you very much for your contributions. Yasser El Najjar, please join us on the stage to receive your plaque.
Yasir Bey'e çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Ehlen ve sehlen. Size şerefler. Thank you very much. Okay.
Gazeteci Yasin El
Journalist Yasir El Najjar, Yasir El Najjar, thank you very much for your contributions.
Genel Başkanı Sayın Melih Tanrıverdi Beyefendi'nin ödülünü vermek üzere ödülünü vermek üzere Profesör Doktor
Professor Ahmet Hacı Müftüoğlu will now receive his plaque from the President of Assam, Melih Tanrıverdi.
Çok teşekkür ederim.
Rektör hocamız Sayın Ahmet
Müftüoğlu'na teşekkür ediyoruz.
Thank you very much, Rector Professor Ahmet Hacı Müftüoğlu, for your contributions.
Hocamızın da takdim etmek istediği var.
Atatürk Üniversitesi Rektörü Profesör Doktor Sayın
Atatürk
Assam Genel Başkanı
University Rector Professor Ahmet Hacı Müftüoğlu also has a gift for Melih Tanrıverdi. An alto stone from Erzurum.
Arkadaşlar büyük değil mi? Erzurum'da toplantıya katılacaklara inşallah böyle hediye
You will be receiving the same gifts if you ever come to Erzurum to join our meetings. Thank you very much for your gift and the closing time. Distinguished guests and speakers, we would like to extend a heartfelt thanks to you. This wraps up the first day of our Congress. Tomorrow, November 9, our sessions will start at 9 a.m. See you tomorrow. Good evening.
Çok güzel bir sunum yaptınız. Hakikaten ağzınıza, dilinize sağlık, sesinize, nefesinize. Eyvallah. Nerede çalışıyorsunuz?
Ben burada çalışıyorum.
Öyle mi? Ne iş yapıyorsunuz peki burada?
Kültür biliminde çalışıyorum SKS'de.
Şehmuz Hoca'ya. Şehmuz Hoca'ya.
Bence durdurdu. Bunu hemen anons edin çünkü yan yanalar ben de fotoğraf çekecek.
Şehmuz Hoca'ya.
Ama yansımıyordu burada.
Şehmuz Hoca.
Şehmuz Demir'e siz söyleyin anons edin. Pardon. Durun.
Çünkü yoktu o yüzden. Yokmuş zaten.
Pot kırdılar ha.
Hocam
Direkt